Last time on the wilds of Valandiir, crown collectors had discovered a ominous and strange occurrence in the Feywild. After tracking and finding the Onak and bringing it home to its natural plane of existence, they set off into the forests of the Fey on orders of a mysterious Feywild council of majestic animals that basically instructed you all to investigate the source of this rift in reality that allowed the Onak to tear through into the prime plane. After a day's journey into the wilds, you all found a portal. And not just a portal, but a stack of portals, one on top of each other. Looking down through the portal on the ground within this forest, you saw your home plane that was also ripped open down at its floor into some fiery, hellish, nightmare kind of reality. And above you, in the sky, you found a circle of blackness. And peering through it, you saw another portal further up to some kind of majestic, heavenly cloud reality. So just this column, this pillar of portals, just bewildered you. Before you had really a lot of time to investigate it, however, you were beset upon by denizens of that shadowy, dark dimension above you, in the form of several of these wispy, smoky, humanoid-like creatures that were very hostile and did not seem interested in conversing with you, just really was interested in murder mostly. And in the foray, Barynor was cast out into the portal leading to the prime plane. The group battled these creatures in his stead and noticed that when the lead shadow demon-y creature summoned a dozen or so of these creatures from above, that it closed the portal behind them. And as they cascaded down into the portal to rain down on the prime plane, Maeven realized that somehow passing through the portal in certain circumstances had an effect on it, and she jumped through the portal. As she passed through the barrier, it sealed shut. And that is where we're going to pick up. Barynor, you find yourself falling about 60 or so feet, and your fight or flight response kicks in, and you begin kicking your feet. And you see the ground rush up to you, and then you feel an immense pressure and darkness.
Okay.
You awaken, and I made a cute little picture of you falling to your death, or impacting in the snow, no less. So let's put this...
Very active style.
Yeah, I'll send this straight to you, and then I'll put it in the chat later.
Okay.
You awaken in this state.
Ow.
Yeah.
Nice.
How indeed. So you awaken. You've taken 24 points of fall damage.
Yes.
I believe that leaves you with about
25.
Yeah. So you're kind of hurting right now. And
my max is 49.
Yeah, your new max is 49 for sure. Yeah, because you did take some damage from these creatures, and it seems like damage from them, like a melee attack, was enough to really cripple you, and you feel just kind of run down and shriveled. You feel like you've aged, like your joints are achy, but that was before you slammed into the ground.
Yeah.
I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh, great, because I'm so good at those. Constitution saving throw. Normal. Con save. Dude, this is not going to go well. Could be worse.
11. All right. 2, this. Get out of that menu, please. Thank you. Doing all this on my phone is just super convenient. Just do that. Okay. Alright. Sorry.
Nerd.
Okay. You awaken, you snap your eyes shut, and immediately you feel this hot, steaming breath on your face, and you blink a few times. Your vision takes about 5 or 6 seconds to kind of slowly focus, and you see this directly in front of you, looming over your body.
Oh boy. Oh! Crap. Ugh.
I am now going to move you over to the map.
Okay.
This creature of shadow and spiky flesh looms over you and has kind of like a lion-y sort of face, very kind of feline. It's kind of hard to tell because, as you witnessed up in the Feywild, light doesn't reflect off these creatures that easily.
Right.
You are currently prone.
Okay.
And I'm going to need you to go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay. Alright, I've got selected here. Fascinating, we have the same auras.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good. Okay.
Alright. And no need to descend, because you're already in the correct order. So this creature is going to strike at you. You are prone, but has advantage on this strike. He's going to have 2 attacks.
Okay.
So the first strike, and I bought new dice for this game.
Oh boy.
First strike is good. It's an 18.
That meets my AC at the moment.
All right. His second attack. Both are really low. The highest is a 16. So he hits you with 1 strike. You're already cursed. Well, it's not a curse, but we're going to call it a curse. You're already doomed. That's what we're calling it. So I think that's what it would be. You're going to take an additional 7 points of slashing damage across your chest.
That lowers my hit points to 42.
Correct.
Max of 42. And then that drops that to 18. Okay.
Yeah. And as you kind of peek around you really quick, you get a glance around, and you see these impact craters all around the centralized portal over here. You can't really see into the portal because you're on your back. You do see it crackling with energy around its perimeter. But you do see these impact craters over here where these creatures had landed while you were unconscious. And you do see a couple more land here. And they land surrounded by the same sphere of smoke and haze as they did above. This guy right here is standing over you. There's one right here. He's going to use a little bit of his movement, and he's not going to dash at you because it seems like his buddy is sort of taking care of you. So he's going to move around the map a little bit to about there. And these 2 creatures are still in the processes of being revealed, so they're going to stay put. But now it is your turn.
Okay. And I'm just limited to this little square, essentially?
Yeah. Yep, pretty much.
Okay.
If you wished, obviously, if you wished to dash away, I would permit you, but I don't have a map for that, so.
Yeah. I'll try to keep it to this. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna use half my movements to stand up.
Okay.
That's... Okay, so 15 feet. And then... was I present for any of the necrotic damage against these things?
What do you mean by that?
During the last session, somebody, I think, did absorb elements or something like that, where they absorb the necrotic energy and then tried to attack it with the necrotic energy. But that didn't succeed because they're...
they're immune to it, but I'm going to say that you didn't really notice that.
Okay.
So if you have an idea, you're just going to play it that you didn't notice that.
I didn't see it. All right, so I'm going to without knowing that, I will strike out with the thing. The
Copus?
Yes, the hooked Copus of Blight.
The Copus of Misery?
Yes.
Alright, strike away.
Yes. Wow, really?
Natural 20. Nice.
And obviously that won't do any damage, but...
Yep, so as you pull out your sword and just this devastating strike, you see the blade pass into their flesh and almost rip their torso clean open, but the smoke, the green and black smoke that kind of churns around your blade and snakes up the neck of the blade, you see it sort of stitch that wound together. And it all happens very, very quickly. And it's almost like passing a knife through water, where you expect it to separate. It sort of reforms behind the blade as it passes through it. And this thing just kind of looks down and looks at you, and this refreshed grin of terrifying pleasure just kind of washes over the creature.
All right. So I noticed, though, that it doesn't have any effect.
Oh, yeah. It almost liked it.
Okay.
Creepy S&M kind of way.
All right. I am going to then bonus action disengage, because I'm a rogue. Roguish, anyways. And I'm going to move 15 feet that way.
Okay.
And that ends my turn.
All right. This one right here is going to reveal itself.
Okay.
And it's going to simply step into the light after the smoky sphere has dissipated. And it's a little disoriented, so it doesn't actually see you. It's got its back to you, so it's going to move up here and end its turn. This one is going to spread out a little further, and you notice that wherever they touch, the snow kind of almost like chars black. So they're leaving these, and I wish I had an effect that I could have put on the map. It's just for flavor, so it doesn't really matter. But wherever they go, it just sort of kills the landscape around it.
Okay.
This guy is still in the process of revealing himself, so he's going to stay put too. But this guy is going to move right over here, and he is going to perform a shadow move where he is going to envelop this entire area. He kind of vomits up this black smoke. I mean, even a thin string of it is impossible to see through, and he just creates this huge swath of darkness around you both.
Okay.
So from you, I just need a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save. Okay.
Actually, I'm going to center it on him, so I got to change the size of it.
Really?
Yeah, there we go.
Need that 20 would have been nice for one of these things. All right, what's up?
Yeah, you were unable to kind of see this coming and react in any way, so you are now completely blind.
Okay.
So he's going to take another 2 strikes at you. Unfortunately, they're going to be straight rolls. Because
he's blind too?
He's blind, but so it would have disadvantage, but he's also at home in darkness, so I'm just going to even it out. There's only 1 strike that hits you.
Okay.
That's going to be for 6 points of slashing.
Okay.
But that's going to end all of their turns.
Alright.
You are next, my friend.
Alright. I can't see a thing, so I'm going to, again, bonus action disengage.
Okay.
And I will move back toward the tree line a bit. And as soon as I'm out of the ball of darkness there, does my sight immediately return, or?
Yeah. See, you just can't see the creature anymore. He's swallowed up in what is a huge ball of darkness.
Okay. Kind of as I'm moving, I'm kind of like, I don't know, either putting away or switching my sword to my left hand. I don't know. Is that a free action, or is it? Yeah, how do you consider it? Okay.
It's fine.
Well, putting it away. As I see that it is not effective. And then I will summon a soul knife dagger.
Okay.
And chuck it at this one. I think it's 60 feet is my range on that.
Yeah,
As he's
30, 40 feet away.
Yeah. Soul knife. And probably misses.
A 13 does not hit.
Okay.
Or wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Hold on. I just played another game where I had a low AC creature, and I want to make sure I'm not mixing them up.
Okay.
That block. There we go. Make it big. Probably should have had this ready.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know what I really hate about Pinterest is that sometimes when you click on a picture to make it bigger, it links back to Pinterest, and you can't ever make it bigger.
Sure.
Love that.
I usually do, if I can, open in a separate window and then zoom from there.
Okay. Oh, come on. Here we go. Make that big. 13 hits. All that for a confirmation.
Okay.
13 does hit.
Okay. And that's going to be a whopping 8 points of psychic damage.
Okay. I will say that you do remember various members of your party inflicting radiant damage on these creatures and having a devastating effect on them.
That would be nice if I had that would be great if I had something. No, I don't have the ability to do radiant damage.
All right.
That's not one of my many abilities. Psychic's the best I got.
Right.
Okay,
well,
so
it definitely has an effect.
8 points of damage, and I think I'm going to move the rest of my movement back kind of into these trees.
Okay.
Like back
Go
there.
Go ahead and make a stealth check for me.
Alright. God damn.
Well,
12.
Yeah, these trees have very high skirts. They're evergreen kind of pine trees. So it's kind of hard for you to get lost in the branches, but I will say, because I can do this, that you... let's see. Definitely do not have visibility along here. Can you see that?
Along where?
Can you see that long strip of black on the map?
The right?
No.
On the right.
I guess not. I guess it didn't. Hold on. It didn't take. It did not take.
I can't see anything past this line right here.
Yeah. How about that?
Okay. Yeah. I can.
Okay.
Yep.
That's obscured for you, but you can feel confident that you are obscured from everything within that line as well.
Cool.
So, with your turn over, correct?
Yes. Turn over.
Okay. This guy sees you throwing knives all over the place, and he's going to move closer to you. This guy is going to try to close the distance and make it. He's going to harass you and take 2 strikes. Both are horrible. Horrible. He's going to dissipate this smoke, and I'm going to have him make a perception check because you're all of a sudden gone. Yeah, he doesn't know where you are. This guy right here, he's going to move, and peering through the tree. Why don't I have you make a quick perception check too? I need you to make it a disadvantage because you were just attacked.
Sure.
So you're a little distracted.
Okay.
So pretty good. All right, so you notice this guy, you kind of like peek around the trunk of the tree real quick, and you see the smoke disappear. He immediately looks around like he's looking for you, but he snaps his head, and he's going to move right here.
Okay.
This guy's smoke is going to dissipate. He's going to just randomly dart in a random direction over here. And through the woods over here with that incredible disadvantaged perception check, you hear a rustling in the trees. And you hear something slowly stomping through the forest. It's difficult for you to see because I mean, you've got very, very limited line of sight in this direction because you're looking in and around trees. So you pretty much just hear something stomping, and you hear this creature screech and attack something over here. So I'm gonna hide this for now.
Okay.
You can't see what's going on. But something has entered the field. Not sure what it is. And it is your turn.
Do I recognize the screech at all?
You recognize the screech as that of these shadow demons.
Oh, okay.
It's at something approaching it.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Well, this is not going the way I wanted it to go at all. Hang on, let me adjust my health bar here. Okay. Alright. I am going to first, as my health is getting kind of low, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on myself.
Okay.
And get 13 back of that. So, still below the new max. Then I'm going to again bonus action disengage. And I'm going to travel 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 in this direction.
Is it under his bed? Careful.
And that'll end my turn. Hello?
Sorry, you got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, my bad. Okay.
You're good.
Yeah, you can see this whole area, and you kind of whip around a tree, and you can see a very tall zombie holding a great axe, stomping towards this shadow demon. This
okay.
looks like it could have been an orc, but half of its face is missing. Its arms are very skeletal, and it's raising this great axe. So it's gonna make an attack against the shadow demon. That's pretty good. He is going to he's gonna do 4 points of slashing damage. But he's gonna hack into this thing. So we're gonna put.
Hey, I'm not one to turn down help, even if it does come from something that looks like a zombie.
Hold on, I'm looking for a non-revealing icon that I can use for their turn.
Okay.
For Pete's sake. There, I'll just use this. It's not representative of what it is, but it's good enough. Just for now. I'll switch it around later. Alright. It got a little higher than you in the turn order.
Okay.
Okay. It is the Shadow Demon team's turn. It definitely watched you run away, but it is going to... Yeah, it's going to chase you. These things are sort of relentless. It's going to stop there.
That's fine. I was just getting...
This guy is going to move in on his compatriot's adversary, and this one is going to turn around. Actually, he's going to make his way towards you.
Okay.
And he's only going to get about that far. Alright. 2 strikes. Both are terrible. I haven't rolled over a 8 in 2 turns.
Hey, that's fine by me.
So they're kind of having trouble getting a lock on you because you're quick, and they're much bigger than you. You notice that their razor sharp claws are really fast, but it's so bright. You understand the concept of snow blindness,
right?
They're seeing, and you're so quick and small in frame that they're just you're able to dash around their claw attack, no problem. So you're gonna see this creature make an attack against each of these shadow demons with its monstery great axe. That's a good hit there. That's gonna be another 4 points of slashing, not a lot. And that's also going to hit. So he strikes both. 1 strike each. And he's going to do 5 points of slashing against the other one.
Okay.
And right down here, you see a skeleton with a spear emerge from the woods. Right here. Actually, right here. And you can barely see through the trees.
Sure.
This creature stomping in your direction.
Where the hell
that's
am
going to
I?
end their turn, so it is your turn next.
Alright, first order of business, I will cast Hunter's Mark on the thing in front of me. And then I'm going to summon another soul knife and take a stab at it at close range.
Alright.
13 hits, so 14 hits?
Yes, it does.
Alright. Another 8 plus 1 more for Hunter's Mark. 9 total.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of damage Hunter's Mark does. If it just does the damage of the actual weapon, or if it just does like other type of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it does regular damage. Doesn't do any more or any less.
Okay.
It seems to be working regularly.
Okay. I know that with like what is it? Sneak attack. It does the damage of the weapon type or something along that line. Either way.
All right.
That'll end my turn.
Okay. This thing's taking quite a bit of damage. It's looking pretty rough. And it is going to just relentlessly attack you.
Okay.
2 strikes. One is a 17. The other one is a 19.
The 19 hits.
All right. That's going to be an additional 6 points of necrotic damage.
Okie dokie. Down to 30 mats.
Uh-huh. And these two, you see this this zombie just slice this guy right in half. Dispatches him. The other attack is not so strong, and this little guy is a little newer, but he does hit him. And it is this guy's turn. He's going to close the distance. How far can he get? He can technically get there. And technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Yep.
Alright. He's going to strike him and hit him with his spear. That is going to be enough. He's going to stab this thing. All of a sudden, you see this skeleton approach from behind, and just a spearhead just emerges from the middle of this Shadow Demon's forehead, and the whole thing bursts into a plume of smoke.
Okay.
And there we go. Now there is just a sphere of darkness between you and the skeleton.
Okay.
Okay. Barynor's turn is next.
Alright. Going to... Well, I don't see the guy in front of me anymore, but I know the skeleton's on the other side, and I have no idea if it's friend or foe. So I'm going to move out and around 5, 10, 15, 25, 30 to there. I'm going to bonus action shift my Hunter's Mark to this guy.
Alright.
And then hit him with the soul knife.
Okie dokie.
12.
12 does not hit, unfortunately.
Alright. Fair enough. That ends my turn.
Alright. He is going to turn around and retaliate against you.
Sure.
2 strikes. One's a natural 1. One's a natural 4. I swear to God. Dice change for you.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, so you're actually really nimble in here, and you're kind of getting around their strikes. At least with that one. Let me just move this real quick because he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, put that back. Looks like there's only one more player on the field, and none of them seem to be interested in you right now, except for this guy that just missed you. But he's going to strike the zombie, the big meaty, orky zombie, with 2 strikes. One is really high, one is really low. So he's going to hit the zombie with one strike, miss with the other. The zombie takes 8 points of necrotic damage, which surprisingly affected.
That is weird.
Seems a little counterproductive, but So the skeleton is going to close the distance, and you notice the skeleton. We can get rid of this. Don't need that anymore. Just in front of me. Is actually going to stand right here, take a swing, and let's see. Let's flip a D4. No, not in the margin. There we go. Okay. This skeleton's joints are kind of loosely put together. It's kind of difficult to understand how it's still up. It has shreds of strips of cloth on its body. Not even clothing anymore at this point. It's not covering anything. And it raises its spear in a real lazy, wild way, and it almost nicks your cheek. However, it does impact on the Shadow Demon.
Okay.
And this Shadow Demon puffs into a plume of smoke. And just because it's easier, I'll do that.
Okay.
Right. Let's see here. Emerging from the woods, you see another more meteor humanoid-looking zombie right here.
Okay.
He's going to close the distance as far as he can right here. And it looks like he's reaching for you.
Okay.
It is your turn.
Do he and the skeleton look hostile?
The skeleton does not have eyes or cheekbone or cheek muscles, so it's difficult to gauge an emotional litmus against him.
Well, with the shadow demon gone, is it now turned to me as in like I'm next?
Yeah, the skeleton has changed its direction and pointing its spear at you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to, not knowing if it's hostile or not, I'm going to bonus action disengage. And then I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 over here. And I'm going to chuck a soul knife over at this one.
Alright.
God fucking damn it.
It needs your wound.
Yep. The Copus. The Copus was the highest thing I've hit with today. Okay.
It didn't do anything.
It didn't do anything. Okay.
Oh well. It is the...
That ends my turn.
Yeah. It is the Shadow Demon's turn, and on its turn, you're going to notice an additional creature fall from the sky and impact right here. Or sorry.
Oh. Okay.
Down here.
Okay.
This guy is going to continue his onslaught of this orcish zombie. He's going to make 2 attacks. And unfortunately, he's going to cut this guy down.
Ooh, okay.
Alright. It is the undead's turn. These two are both looking at you, and this guy begins to stumble. Yeah, he's going to reach you.
Okay.
And he's going to make a slam attack.
Okay, so they are
that's
hostile.
a 19 to hit.
Okay. That hits.
Okay, it's only 4 points of bludgeoning damage. It does not reduce your
4
max HP. I'm sure you guessed that.
Yeah.
And this guy is going to make for the Shadow Demon.
Whoa! I think I just deleted my character. Hang on.
Ah!
I was trying to hit backspace, and I think I deleted him.
You've returned being.
Do I have the...
Up here.
Oh, okay.
That's where you were.
There we go. Okay. Sorry, I like to keep track of the HP on the actual mini. I don't know if you can see that.
I can.
Okay. I don't know if the other players can see it when I do that, but I like to have it like that.
I don't know. I think I can make them. I think I can make it so they can see it, but I'm not sure.
Well, no, I think it's more important that you see it than the other players see it, because then that's kind of metagaming if they see it. But it saves me from having to, like, you asking me how many hit points I have left. I'm like, well, it's right there.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it helps or not, but...
It helps, yeah. Of course it helps.
Okay,
yeah. It is your turn. That is
my turn.
Extent of the zombie's turn.
Alright, well, now that I know that these things are hostile... Get a hard place. Alright, screw it. I'm just gonna soul knife... main attack this one. The zombie that's in front of me. 14.
That's a hit.
Alright.
He's slow and squishy.
Yep. That's 10
Very...
10 points of psychic damage. No Hunter's Mark because that's off right now. And I'm going to offhand soul knife with the other one. That's a natural 1, so that misses.
Oh no.
And that's my turn.
Alright.
I don't feel like moving anywhere.
You drop him like a stone. He falls and crumples to the ground in a heap of flesh and bones. And this guy over here turns to face you. And as he moves, he only gets about 5 feet. And all of a sudden, he gets enveloped in this green explosion of fire.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, he is no more. Out from the trees, you see a figure approach. A black-scaled dragonborn in long brown wintry robes with kind of a skull on his shoulder pauldron and a skull-tipped staff. He's wielding a green flame in one hand, and he looks like this.
Okay.
Put him back to normal size. He's very tall.
Okay.
He's going to emerge from there, and he's going to throw... You see him extinguish the flames in his hand, and he reaches with his staff in this direction, and you see this skeleton just jam his spear into this creature's body, and he hits it. And he's going to do... maximum 8. He's going to do 12 points of slashing, or stabbing damage, piercing damage, and this thing puffs out of existence.
It's the most powerful skeleton I've ever heard of.
He got a really high... Well, this thing was also pretty hurt.
I know.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm used to, like, Skyrim skeletons, not,
yeah.
Not Dark Souls skeletons.
There is a difference, is there not?
There's a big difference from what I've heard. I have yet to play Dark Souls, but from what people tell me, that's not fun.
Aren't fun in that game. Yeah.
No.
From the trees, this creature emerges and steps closer, and you see him reach with his hand out and goes, Hey, stop it! Those things are very hard to make. Please, step away from my merchandise.
Well, to be fair, he attacked me.
And this creature is going to gingerly approach you.
Okay. My hands are up, but just kind of weary. Kind of, out to the side. Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
Like, hands are out, I should say. Not up in surrender, but like just out, palms toward him, kind of showing that I don't have any weapons in my hands. But just, ready if things turn bad.
Yes, and he's going to kneel down to the crumpled zombie, and you see his eyes light up green. And he says, yes, this is Bert. Bert is very enthusiastic, shall we say. Come on, Bert. Time to get up. Yes, you had your fun. And from the pile of bones, you see him sort of slowly shiver, reassemble, and his head, this creature stands up, and he's got like fresh cuts and wounds in his torso that you inflicted, and he stands up without a head until he's fully erect, and his head just kind of rolls forward from behind him into place. He kind of snaps his neck into place and kind of, his eyeballs sort of roll around until they focus on you, and he goes, in kind of a sorry kind of way.
That's
Well,
quite a trick.
that was very interesting, I must say. Who are you, and what are you doing at my home?
My name is Barynor, and I honestly don't know where I am.
You are at the site of the portal, my son. I am Gorvax. Pleasure to meet you. And he is going to extend his hand, and you see this.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. At very first glance, you do get a Shekas vibe.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't you go ahead and make a wisdom save for me?
Okay.
It's not a magical effect. Just let's see how you react to this.
Okay. Wisdom save, you say?
Mm-hmm. All right. It's vaguely reminiscent of Shekas. He's definitely descended from a black dragon.
Right.
He does seem a little more jovial, and his accent is slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
I am Gorvax. These woods are my home. I set up my cabin here, and you look behind him through the woods. You can see a small shack. And he says, I have been living here studying the phenomenon, and he's pointing to the portal behind you.
It's still open, I assume.
It is, crackling with energy, and it's about that moment that you hear a almost clap of thunder, and you both look up at the portal leading to the Fae that you fell through, and that's when you see Maeven diving downwards, passing through. It's almost like she was stuck in the sky very briefly, and then passes through the membrane and begins falling at normal speed. And she begins panicking, looking around, and notices that she is directly over the portal beneath you. And she just kind of looks around going, she has just enough time to go, Barynor, help! I'll give you a reaction. What do you do?
Shit. How far out into the portal is she?
The portal's about 60 feet wide, and she's fallen right through the middle of it.
Crap. I can't do anything.
Last chance.
I can't. I can just look on in disbelief, yelling her name.
Yeah, she falls straight down into the portal, and you notice that as she passes the membrane of this portal into the hot, fiery plane below, that her time dilation, there's no change. She falls straight down, and you see her kind of quickly throw you a very frustrated and disappointed, but also like, yeah, I get it, there's nothing you can do, but fuck you anyway, kind of a look, a glance.
I'll find you.
And you see her immediately launch into a meditative state, and as she's slipping down, she almost passes through what looks like a passing column of steam that just before it obscures her from your vision, you see her fall slowing, and it looks like she's initiating her slow fall ability.
Wish I could have learned that.
Yeah, Gorvax just kind of looks on like, well, looks like more members of your team are arriving or following you here. Where did you... What are you doing here?
Well, do I see the upper portal close behind her, or?
Yes. As soon as she passes through it, it snaps shut.
Okay.
And just disappears, and there's nothing but blue sky above you.
But the portal down below still stays.
It does. It doesn't move at all.
Okay.
Not even a little bit.
I'm kind of still taken aback by the fact that she just passed by me and I couldn't do anything to save her. Kind of distractedly, I'll look over at him and like, we were tasked by people in the Feywild to close that thing, pointing at the one that just closed.
Really? That's very interesting. I've been here for years studying this phenomenon, and nothing has ever passed through, and nothing has ever made it close. This must be contemplated on. Please, you must be famished and desperately tired.
Nothing.
Let me at least offer you the hospitality of my home.
Nothing came through this while you've been here?
No. I've been here for a very long time studying the rifts, and please, it's cold out here. Let us retire to my study, and I'll get you some soup and maybe patch some of those wounds up. It burns me terribly to see a fellow adventurer in distress. Would you join us?
Yes, I will.
All right, you pass through the threshold of his cabin. He has his two undead companions in tow. It looks like that they, as you both cross over into his cabin, they sort of stand watch, their backs to you, facing outward. And you can also see in his cabin, which it's a very cozy space. Doesn't have a whole lot of rooms. It looks like there's his cot pushed up against the wall under a window, and he's got a cauldron bubbling in the corner of the room. It's just a little reminiscent of the Bogmother's hut, although it's a lot cozier, a lot smaller. There's a couple of that are surrounding the hearth at one end of the cabin. There's a very meager table with a chair and what looks like a plate with an empty plate, and a couple bookshelves with a whole lot of books, and little bottles and jars and bowls with various spell ingredients or whatnot on. There's a couple of roots hanging from the ceiling. So like I said, a little reminiscent of the Bogmother, but this has a lot more of an air of scholarly interests, as there are open books on desks and scrolls and magnifying glasses and little sets of spectacles, and there's a little pouch with a stack of coins. And he's just kind of like shifts around the space. You see what looks like a skeletal squirrel that's sort of busying itself up and down the banister and carrying what look like dusty acorns around. Please. I was just about to have breakfast, and you came tumbling through the portal, and, let us see what we can do for you first. And he is going to pull what looks like a leather, a kind of a rigid leather pouch with a cork, and he's going to pour it into a bowl, and it's got kind of a pink fluid with sparkles and glitter inside of it. And he's like, "Here, drink this, please."
Okay. What does it smell like?
It smells like a potion. It smells like a healing potion. You're fairly familiar with this smell.
Okay. I'll take a drink of it then.
All right. He is going to heal you for 14 points.
Okay.
However, it does not, if that brings you up to your new maximum, it does not heal past that.
It is one short of my new maximum.
He's going to look at you and say, I see that this does not have as much of an effect as normally would. You seem very sick, my friend.
Yeah, whatever those things were, these wounds are different than normal wounds.
Well, the fire seems rather And when he said breakfast, I meant to say dinner. It's
sure.
time right now. It's getting close to evening.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Yeah. As T kind of sits there and kind of looks over at you, he kind of peruses and reaches over to an old book on his shelf and kind of flips through the pages. You see him put on a pair of silver-rimmed spectacles that were on his desk and flip through the pages and says, These creatures are a little familiar to me. They were consumed in shadow, not flame, that is important. And they have a very menacing strike that withers its victim. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
When you were above in the Feywild, did they draw power from the shadows around them? Perhaps growing in size?
Yes, I think they also... Was I there for when they combined?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. They also joined together to form a larger entity before I was knocked through the portal.
Well, I believe what you have are demons from the Shadowfell.
Sure, that sounds about right with what we saw in the portal above the Feywild.
Well, I can tell you now that the ones that attacked you and you destroyed are not the only ones that came through the portal. I watched at least 6 or 7 hit the ground and scurry. And as you can see, they are destroying my forest simply with their presence. So, might I make a proposition to you, Barynor?
By all means.
I have need of the skills of someone as talented as you in destruction. And I have my compatriots here. And you see one of the skeletons in the corner doesn't have any legs or arms. It's just a torso and a skull. Just kind of cranes its neck over. It's like, no, not you, Ezekiel. You're still healing. But if you would be so kind, we'll take the night, of course. Let you rest up. But in the morning, would you please accompany me in trying to rid the forest of these creatures?
Sure, if I may. Where are we?
We are in the Jasperwood, southwest Jasperwood to be exact. And these portals here have been, well, sort of a local legend, and I have done my best to conceal them from a distance. I'm trying to understand what formed them and why and how long they will be here, and honestly, watching you and your friend pass through them and close them is new information. I've never seen that before. So, it would be very helpful if you could help me understand these portals a little more, simply because you have passed through them. I will pay you for your time.
Absolutely. What direction did you say it was? Jasperwood.
Yeah, I'm going to say that you can go ahead and then we're going to have everybody join us.
Yeah.
I'm going to have you make a survival check as you're kind of like looking around, getting your bearings, and I believe the forest is your favorite terrain, so...
Yes, it is. I don't often get to... Do I make that with advantage then, or...?
Sure.
Okay. Survival check, you said? Really? Okay. So 15.
15. Yeah, you get the feeling that you're about maybe 3 or 4 hours southwest of where you guys transported into the Feywild from when you guys used your Koza's tree portal ability. So you're about maybe, like 3 or 4 hours southwest, just based on the mountain range that you can see and how, what the trees look like, and the fact that your home is in the Jasperwood, so it's kind of easy for you to get a gauge on that.
Right, okay. Okay, yeah. I definitely think the portal was bigger at one point. The whole thing that led to this whole adventure that we went on, that led us to trying to close the portal, was we had found an Onak, a fake creature in these woods. You didn't see anything like that come out?
No, I have been here for 5 years. I've never seen. What is an Onak? I am unfamiliar with this creature.
I'll describe it the best I can. A big giant ox thing, like massive. But it did say it had been out for a long time, so possibly when it came through, you weren't here yet. I don't know. The time moves differently for fey creatures.
Yes, I have noticed that as I look up into the portal above, that the landscape didn't really move much, almost like a static picture. But you come back a few hours later and it's slightly different, almost like the clouds are moving very slowly. Very interesting. Well, in the morning we will see what we can see, and again, I will pay you to assist me in ridding my forest of these shadow creatures. What do you say?
That would be great. Hopefully my friends will catch up at some point.
Well, if they do, I'll be sure to not kill them.
Yes, please.
And as you both just sort of, you settle into a stump and warm yourself by the fire, and Gorvax kind of flips through a book, and it looks like he's kind of conversing with you a little bit on what you've seen in the Fae. We're going to switch over to the main channel.
All right, sounds good.
All right, I will see you over there in just a moment.
All right.
What's up?
Oh, secret stuff.
Hello.
Secret squirrel stuff.
All right, folks, we're going to jump right in. It looks like everybody's here that's going to be here. And I got to move this guy over. Okay. There we go. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So, Bogey and I had a little tiny one-shot to kind of see what he's been up to ever since he fell through the portal. Just a quick recap, because we already did kind of one at the beginning. You guys the Crown Collectors had all found the location of this piercing in through the planes, the dimensions, a stack of a column of sorts of portals, one on top of each other, in the Feywild. You battled some shadowy creatures that had fallen through their realm into the Fey, and a couple of your members of your party were thrust through the portal, one involuntarily and one thinking that she would be able to close the portal. Bogey was first. He fell down and was, disappeared from view. And shortly after seeing the lead shadow demon summon a dozen or so of these creatures into the portal below, Maeven realized she had to do what she could to close it and jumped through the portal, and her Fey energy tied to this realm was enough to snap the edges of the portal closed behind her. With both party members and the extraneous shadow demons now gone, you mopped up the field and were able to collect yourselves enough to come up with a plan. Those of you with the means of transporting through the plains back home, you realize that you're nowhere near a familiar tree in order to make that possible. However, you do know that you're under just about a day's ride back to Drelka's village, where you're also accompanied by members of the Forest Watch. There's Ridge is there, the little fennec fox guy on a warthog, the squirrel warrior known as Bulge, as well as a kind of an English badger and a little raven Kenku roguish character, and they're all surrounding you as you make your way towards Drelka's village. And that's where we're going to pick up. So, what would you all like to do as you begin your journey on horseback back to the village?
You said we're just beginning our journey here?
Yeah, I mean, you literally just kicked the reins and started off.
Okay, well, we're moving.
Okay, I just need a quick marching order.
I will take towards the back.
Okay.
I guess I'll be in the front.
Axton in the front. All right. Go ahead and give me a animal handling check as well as a perception check, and you can do the perception at advantage because the Forest Watch are going to assist you. They're going to kind of give like a united front as you plow through the forest.
Okay, so you said first animal handling.
Yep. You guys are just sort of starting off. The horses were definitely nearby when you were attacked by the shadow creatures. All right. You are bucked off your horse. You don't even need to make a perception check. What you need to make is a dex save. All right. I'm going to make it that you don't take any fall damage. If you were wearing your armor, it might have been a little more problematic, but you kind of grabbed the reins at the last minute as it kind of bucked you off, and you're able to catch yourself, so I'll let that slide. But you're no longer in front, so I will have either Yuno or Kravish give me a perception check. Yeah.
All right. You said an advantage?
Yes, you can make it at advantage as Axton collects himself off the ground. 20. All right. The journey home is interesting because you're kind of going back the way you came, and it's taking you all day long. You guys are at a pretty healthy gallop, with the fact that two of your members of the party have fallen through a portal that speeds up time, and you can kind of feel yourself. It's kind of like watching that movie Interstellar. You can feel yourself, the time slipping by with every moment that you take. And but it's odd because even though you know time is progressing quickly, back home, the sky above you doesn't hardly change at all. I would say since you all have been here, you've seen the clouds kind of shift gently, and the sun has just like barely moved. It almost looks like it's slipped a little further behind the mountains beyond, but not that much. Dipping through the forest trees, under the canopies, over rocks and small streams, and in between meadows and over elevations and depressions, you finally break through a particularly dense portion of the woods, and you see a clearing and a familiar sight. Ridge, the little Phoenix guy, he kind of breathes a sigh of relief, and sorry, doing 5 things. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. No, I do not want to try Nitro on Discord. Oh, are you kidding? Ha! Okay, hold on 1 second. I have to fix my picture because it's too big. Oh, what am I gonna do? What can I do? I think I can maybe do this. Will this work? Okay, got it. Next time, don't use gigantic pictures. There we go. Okay. Ridge kind of pulls the reins on his warthog and just kind of breathes a sigh of relief and says, my elm, it's good to be home, and you see this. the massive tree over the village that you just left, it looms high into the sky. The stars coming out high above you are no help to those of you who have kind of cartographic skills, as you don't recognize any of the arrangements of stars, and likewise the mountain range beyond the tree is wholly unfamiliar to you. This truly is a strange place. But you have arrived at the village, and hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that. You find yourselves on the outskirts of this village. Ridge and Bulge and all of them kind of give you a nod, and just kind of ask if you will be following them in for the evening, or if you're going to be setting off right away.
I'm looking to you guys. It's like, I think we guys need to head on as quickly as we can. Would you agree?
I mean,
Yeah, the sooner the better. The longer we're here, the more time passes there.
yeah.
So we must respectfully decline their invitation to stay the night. We need to move on towards Drelka's.
All right, well, that's where they're going. They're heading back to the village under the tree. I'll say as you follow them in and wind yourself between the large, thick roots of this massive, massive tree, you can see the Forest Watch kind of break off one by one. Looks like they're perhaps either going to report or continue patrol. But Ridge stays with you. And he says, do you want to stop in and see the council or Drelka, or should we just bid you adieu right here and now? I mean, you helped us close that portal and deal with those beasts. I know they'd want to offer you a reward of some kind, at least gratitude.
Well, I think we should obey the rules of etiquette. I think we can go in and see if Drelka feels that we need to see the council or not.
All right, I'll bring you to her. Hey, what does anybody? He's like shouting at random people on the street. Where's Drelka? Anybody seen Drelka? And they're kind of no, I haven't seen her. Eventually, he gets pointed in a direction and leads you to what looks like a kind of an elaborate hut on the outskirts of this village. It looks like it's the whole, because like I said, the whole village is under this tree, and this hut is almost made of twisted roots itself that kind of form almost like the top half of an onion. And there's all these like lashings of wood, kind of supports that kind of almost in a spider webby kind of way attach it to the wall around one of these large root structures. It's kind of off the beaten path, and you see one small little window carved into this wood with a small entrance, just large enough for what you'd imagine a hunched Drelka to enter, and there's a small little light kind of flickering on the inside. He kind of knocks on the door with his spear, and before you hear anybody stirring inside, he just kind of gives a deep, deep bow, and he says, "Well, you have the thanks of the Forest Watch for your assistance in closing that dreadful rift and getting rid of those horrible creatures. I thank you, as well as my companions. I have to go back on patrol now, but it was very good meeting you all, and I hope to see you again someday."
Thank you for your assistance as well. It was a pleasure.
And just as he departs, the large, kind of oval-shaped door swings inward, and there you see Drelka. She's looking a little comfortable in her what looks like a long cloak. She's not wearing her traveling robes that you've seen her in before. "Ah, Well, you're all back. Wonderful. Please,
Well-
come in. Make yourselves comfortable.
Not all of us.
Yes, you're missing a couple people. What happened?
We'll explain to her what happened with both Barynor and Maeven's self-sacrifice to close the portal.
You see her kind of sitting in her seat as you all kind of... And mind you, her hut here is very similar to her hut in the Calded Sticks. It's just everything... There is not as much mud and sewery kind of stinky smells. She does have, herbs and, pieces of animals just sort of dangling from string from the ceiling. There's bottles and stuff. It's very reminiscent of her old dwelling. And she kind of grabs what looks like a chalice made of clay and wood and sticks and fills it with this kind of deep purple wine and begins to swirl it around her nose. Well, I would imagine you'll want to be off as soon as possible if you lost them in the portal and they're still there and this whole strange time dilation thing is part of it. I imagine you'll want to leave straight away. But I also noticed that a few of you are looking very, very ill. And she's looking over at Kravish, she's looking at Koza, and she's looking at Axton, and you all have, this color has been sapped from you. And where you've had these wounds inflicted upon you by these creatures, there's these little tiny spider web veins of blackness just sort of infecting the wounds, and they're slowly kind of spreading, and you all feel terrible, just exhausted, and you feel like you've got a wound that's been infected. It's got that hot stinging sensation, and she's just gonna kind of look at you all and say, "You not looking well." And she's gonna go up to, how many of you were indeed attacked by the creature to where you took damage? I know that...
I'm pretty sure I was.
I never lost hit point maximum, but I took damage.
Okay, so you're good.
I'm pretty sure I was.
Yeah, I know Axton was as well.
I'm at my new maximum. I'm at full health there, but I took maximum damage.
Okay, what about Yuno? Did you take any shadow
I'm all
necrosis? Okay.
Nope.
So, Axton and Koza. Alright, she kind of sachets her way over to you, and she says, "I can help. I can't exactly take this away completely, but I can at least diminish its effects. One moment, and then I'll let you get on your way. I'm sure you are all in a terrible hurry." And she's going to reach behind you to her mantelpiece and pull what looks like a bottle that is wrapped in the skeleton of a possum. And she's going to pop the head off of this possum like a cork. And there's this kind of very molasses, thick black liquid sort of swirling at the bottom. And she's going to take her chalice and she's going to toss it into the flame. And it's going to kind of braise the fire briefly as the wine catches. And she's going to pour this really disgusting and really smelly fluid into it. It just kind of drips and drobbles. There's chunkiness to it and congealedness to it. It doesn't look appetizing at all. And she's going to reach around and grab what looks like a handful of this green herb and just sort of crush it in her hand and dip it into it. And she's going to hold her hand over it, close her eyes. She's going to enchant it with a few magical sounding words. Her voice grows in intensity and kind of echoes around her hut. And the liquid is going to swirl under her hand, and a little column of smoke is going to wisp its way around her fingers. She's going to grab that smoke and absorb it into her body, and then she's going to rest her hand on Axton, and she is going to give you... Ooh, that's pretty good. She's going to give you 15 points of maximum health back.
Oh, wow.
And she's going to heal up to that. And she's going to do the same with Koza. Ooh, not as great, sorry.
Uh-oh.
9 points of maximum health is returned to Koza.
Okay. Okay.
And as she does, you see that it's almost like she puts her hand on your forehead or your shoulder, and some of that seeping shadow energy kind of gets siphoned out of your body and down her arm, and you start to see those black veins kind of pop out on her flesh, and it almost looks like the way she looked before Shekas was killed, but on her arm. Like her skin becomes a little more gray, and there's like cracking at her joints, and that effect races up her arm and stops about mid-bicep. And she kind of like hunches a little and winces and says, "There. I'm afraid I've done all I can. It will take time for you to recover the rest. But I'm confident with enough sleep and relaxation and staying away from heavy damage, you should find yourselves return to normal soon."
So don't drink any alcohol or operate heavy machinery.
Yes, I would very highly recommend you do not operate a crane.
Sounds to me like we have an excuse to take some downtime.
Well, I leave that up to you. I imagine you'll want to return to your friends as soon as possible.
Absolutely. But before we go, is this such instance that we need to discuss with the council? Can you give them our regards in our stead?
As much as I'm sure they would like to hear this from you directly, I will relay your report to them myself. I understand that this is an extenuating circumstance where you may want to leave as soon as possible. I'm only too happy I was able to heal you partially. But don't be a stranger. I understand that for you to return, time would not pass very much here, so I suppose if you ever do decide to return for a visit, it won't seem that long for us. So I suppose I say not goodbye, but see you later, Crown Collectors.
Until next time, Drelka.
Madam Drelka.
And she's going to sort of slide her hand across to her table, where she's going to grab what looks like a small kind of satchel that has like all these pockets in it around the edge. And she goes, "Here, it's not much, but you closed that rift the Onak fell through. You returned the legendary creature to his home, and you eradicated those Shadowfell creatures. You deserve a little something. I don't have any gold, but here, take this." And she's going to hand Kervish a handy haversack.
Hey!
There's nothing super special about it. It is a standard handy haversack. You can't put large items in it, but you can put lots and lots of little things.
Yeah. Not a Hoover's handy haversack, but just a regular old handy haversack.
That's not bad, though.
It's got about maybe 9 or 10 little pockets around it, but as you kind of inspect it in your own way, you realize that they're a lot deeper than they seem on the outside.
Okay, so like the TARDIS. All right,
Yep,
cool.
yep.
Well, thank you very much.
Take it in good health, and do be careful.
Well,
All
until
right.
next time, Drelka.
As you depart the village, you catch sight of a couple of the members of the Forest Watch. They kind of give you a respectful nod. But yeah, the day is yours. It is closing in on late evening in this neck of the woods. You have no idea what time of day is at home. So, what would you like to do?
Well, where is the tree that we arrived from? At least we could get back to. We could either go back to where we came from, or we could try to go back to Stonehelm Keep and work from there.
Well, I'll say that your cart is about an hour north, and that's right where that's the tree that you used to get here. And if Koza uses his ability, it would return you to the tree that you came here through.
Okay.
Which would be the battle of the treants and the blights.
Uh-huh.
It would be that area where you first encountered the Onak.
Okay. Quick time check. Anybody got a rough idea on how much time has elapsed here
Since when?
since our fight with the necrotic folk?
It's been about... It was just under a full day's journey to get here. You guys are ready for sleep for sure. But you could... I won't deduct an exhaustion level from you if you spend another hour traveling. I won't do that. So I'll say with that hour plus the time to get here, it's been about 8 hours.
Okay. And what did we figure the time ratio was between Feywild and our realm?
1 day here is about 30 days in the Prime Plane.
Okay. So it will have been about 2 weeks or so getting back. Okay, guys. I know we're all tired. We're all gassed out and not much left in us right now, but I really think we need to try to get back as soon as we can. Who
Yeah.
knows what problems Barynor
We can-
and Maeven are facing right now without us.
I agree. We can take our rest after we find them.
All right.
All right. So if it's a quick expediency back to your cart, I'm going to need an animal handling check from everybody.
Oh boy.
That's a party-wide animal handling check. And don't worry, if you get low, I'm not going to make you fall off your horse.
Ah, shit. Good, because I'll need it.
Dervish.
14.
The horses aren't having it.
All right. 14 for What about Axton?
Sorry, what am I rolling?
Animal handling check.
Not again.
Yes, again.
That's better.
Much better. All right, let's do a little bit of averaging.
Very good.
'Cause I haven't done that in a long time. Where I average everybody's rolls. Plus 23. Nice. Okay. So getting back to your cart in a quick fashion is not as easy as you thought. You do find yourself sort of like stumbling through the forest, getting back to where you were. You're unfortunately without your ranger, so tracking and remembering where you guys were is a bit of a slog. So it's actually going to be about 2 hours that
I'm actually quite proficient in survival.
Okay, well, it's not about survival, it's about how well your animals listen to you. Because they're tired too.
I get it.
Yeah. And fighting their exhaustion, your own exhaustion. It takes you, instead of 1 hour, it takes you about 2. So, but you do eventually find your cart, or what looks like your cart. If you remember, when you left it, it was slowly being consumed by tiny little vines and long, spindly grasses and flowering, thorny appendages of plant material all around it, to the point where you just see a mound of twisted little thistles and poison ivy and all manner of vegetation that has overgrown and consumed your cart.
Oh no.
Well, shit. Well, I mean, we took everything out of it, didn't we?
I mean, you can see the cart through the vegetation, but it's in there.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I mean, we took everything out of it, did we not?
You took everything out except for the crates of you had like wheat and barley and spare bedrolls and such. You took everything out except for that stuff.
Well, I think we may just have to chalk this up as a loss.
One of the wheels is also broken. I forgot to remind you of that.
Oh, right, yeah.
Pickaxe and use mending.
Yeah, I can use mending.
Yeah, the damage to the wheel is not larger than a foot. But you can't get to the wheel yet. Like I said, this thing is wrapped up in, shrink wrap like vines and grass.
Unless somebody can cast Blight.
Actually, you'll give me one moment. I think I can. I just definitely don't have it prepared.
I don't think you can. I think it's a 6th level spell.
Let's see.
It's a 4th level spell, so I might get it. Hang on one moment. Yep, I got Blight. It's not prepared though.
Okay.
So we'll just have to come back. I mean, if the time comes that we come back, I mean, not very much time will have passed at all.
No.
No, and whatever tree you travel through would bring you back here, since this is the only one that Koz is familiar with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Let me see something.
All right. Put on your little headpiece. Get yourself all dolled up. Let's get out of here.
Alright. I will activate my tiara.
Okay. You take the Feywild tuning fork that was given to you by Drelka out of the little slot at the top of your tiara, thus activating its ability to traverse through the prime plane. You touch the tree that you arrived here through, and that familiar green energy bathes you all in dim green light as a curtain of vine open before you and leads you back home. Stepping through with your horses, there is room for all of you. You have enough time you don't have to run through it. But one last look as you sort of begin to step through this portal, Koza. Something about this place beckons you to give it one last glance. This place feels more like home than you'd expect it to, being from another dimension. The slow passage of time feels attractive to you. You feel like you could retire here someday, perhaps. But the beckoning of the mission at hand, as well as several other concerns of yours back in the prime plane, are enough to remind you that you've got things to do. And you step through. Whoosh! You all rush forward and instantly feel a chill race across your bodies. You are now in the middle of a blizzard. It's difficult to see. You recognize the landscape, very vaguely, although you can't see the mountain ranges or the hills that you remember being here before. You are all now standing atop your horses at the foot of this giant tree that you were able to use to travel here. Koza, your tiara goes out as far as its little magical dim lights from its emeralds, and you stand in the shadow of the Jasperwood, surrounded by winter's chill and blistering snow. What would you all like to do?
Well,
Do you still have that sphere that we can kind of drop in on people or places we've been? You know? The Orb of Farsight?
Yeah. It's in the bag of holding.
Okay.
No, it's not.
oh,
It is not. The only thing that's in the bag of holding is gold. You guys never emptied it out. I believe Barynor has the Orb of Farsight. He was the last one to use it.
Well, shit balls.
Yeah.
And we don't have... Can you do any kind of divination? Or is that not your wheelhouse?
Nope. You're talking to the wrong wizard. Need a ward? Can do that.
Gotcha.
Need something blown up? Can do that. Seeing?
Need it.
Not so good.
Need to find somebody, talk to somebody else. Okay. All right. Well, now, from here, how far was it back to Stonehelm?
That's a good question. Let me see if I can figure that out. Let's see. The map. How far back do I gotta go to find the map? That's a map of Stonehelm. Ah, here we go. Okay. From where you are, it is about 100 miles to Stonehelm Keep.
Motherfucker.
Or one teleportation circle.
That is correct.
that is.
Gotta work smarter, not harder.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hang on. Before we.
Well, because
Set
I don't think we should just blindly search around the wooded areas out here in the throes of winter
Yes.
without really knowing where we're going.
Yes. I do have sending prepared. Let me see if I can get in contact with Barynor to see if he knows where he is.
Fair
That
enough.
way we could try to set a heading from there. So I will. Let
And
me.
just let him know we'll be heading to Stonehelm unless he needs us somewhere else now.
Where's sending? Come on. There it is. Okay. Am I limited to amount of words or 25 words? Okay. So I will cast sending to Barynor,
Okay.
and I will say, Barynor, it is Koza, or it's Koza. We made it back home. Are there any distinct landmarks you can give us?
It's like, where are you?
That's it. That's all you.
No, I've been counting.
You said it is Koza. No, it's Koza. I count all of them.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That still only
and-
leaves me 5 words.
Sorry, with sending, we can't hear a response, right? Like you can just send
the
a
creature
message.
hears the message in its mind, recognizes you as the sender. Yeah, no, it says it can answer. It says the creature hears a message in its mind, recognizes you as the sender if it knows you, and can answer in a like manner immediately.
I think only you'll hear it though.
Yeah, I know only I will hear it, but I can relay that to the group. All right, well, he knows what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Barynor, you hear that, and you I would say know enough about sending that you know that you can answer him.
Okay. And you said I was southwest of where we were. About how many days did you say?
About 3 hours, so you weren't that far away.
Oh, 3 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
Koza, you're back. It's been 20 years. I'm just kidding. 3 hours southwest of your position from where you left.
Smart ass.
Well, I'm
We'll
assuming
relay
you
that to
relay
the
this
rest
to
of the
us.
Yeah.
All right, well, I guess at this point, in for a penny, in for a pound, I don't think that a 3-hour diversion is going to delay us too much from getting to Stonehelm with as long a distance as we have to go.
No, not at all.
Any other thoughts?
I think I was out of words, but I would have said more. But
All right.
All
Well,
right.
We all know what we need to do.
You guys are pairing off. You will notice that, like I said, you're within a blizzarding condition, and at this very moment, you are all exhausted. So if you're going to move on, I need you all to apply 1 level of exhaustion, please.
Oh no. Where is that?
And
That's it,
if
that's-
I'm not mistaken, it's just your skills.
that's if you move on, right?
Oh yeah. If
Well-
you hunker down, I won't apply it, but if you move on, you will be exhausted.
Well, guys, what do you think? I mean, the horses are barely holding it up as it is.
Well, if he knows we're looking for him, then I don't imagine he would move too much. So,
or move to our position.
yeah.
Better to be safe than sorry and just
Yeah.
rest up.
I think
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Well, I don't know where they are. I just told them where I kind of am.
All right. Well,
Got any more spell slots? Do sending 2.0.
Let me see. How am I doing on spell slots?
I think sending is second, right?
Sending is third.
Third level. Okay, so
Third
you
level. So I
have not
have.
rested. You have not rested since your fight with these shadow demons, which means whatever spells you had at the end of that fight, minus a third, is what you've got now.
I have 1 third level spell slot left.
Well, then you just tell them we're camping at our old
right.
position.
All right.
We're staying the night in our previous position.
All right.
Don't find us tonight, or we'll find you tomorrow.
All right. I will cast the spell, and I will say, "We are camping down. Either find us tonight, or we will find you tomorrow. Good night."
That's it? That's all you said?
That's it.
You forgot to say we were at our previous position.
Could I still say that, or is the spell over?
I'm going to be very generous and say that you can amend it with like 3 new words.
Okay.
Oh,
Make
At our
fuck.
at previous location.
All right, good enough.
Do I know what that means?
Well, that's not my problem.
Yeah. How about we have Barynor give me an insight check?
All right.
I think that's fair.
God, when was the last time I did an insight check? All right. Insight. There we are.
Depends on how trustworthy you are.
Oh, not why? I really need cleanse this computer dice.
So do I, man.
Well,
Joe will tell you.
Yeah. He's been.
I rolled a nat 20 right off the bat, and it did nothing. So, and since then, just awful. All right.
With a 12, you're able to like educatingly guess what he meant. I'm depending on what you decide to do, I'm gonna have to up the DCs a little bit. That's all.
Okay. I will tell my host that I will go find my friends and come back.
All right.
Probably the next morning. We'll be back.
Okie dokie.
And then I will orient myself in a northeastern direction and kind of guesstimate where they were and head that direction.
All right. I'm just going to need... it's only 3 hours away on foot.
Mhm.
It is
blizzard
nighttime.
conditions.
It's the middle of the night.
All right.
It has been 2 weeks.
Okay.
I'm going to say that you did accomplish your goal before.
Okay.
That you were conscripted to do.
Yes.
And your maximum HP in 2 weeks of resting and doing stuff and resting and doing stuff has returned to normal. So you are at full health.
Okay.
2 weeks is a long time.
Yeah. It was the whole Ellington Classic.
Yeah. However, it is the middle of the night, so you are exhausted.
Okay, that's fine.
So, whatever it is you choose to do, you can set off now or rest in the morning and hit him in the morning. It's up to you. What do you want to do?
I'll set it off at night. And
Okay.
Go there.
So, just give me a survival check at disadvantage. That's all it is.
Come on, digital dice. You've been shitty to me all day. Survival?
Yes, sir. Well, all right. It doesn't take you 3 hours. It takes you 5.
Okay.
It is very, very cold outside. It seems that in the time it took you to travel to the Fae and then for your friends to find you, that winter has really kind of come with a vengeance. Let me look and see. Okay. Just looking at the time of year we're at. Okay, it's looking like it's about the beginning of... And if you guys want to follow along with this is a pinned message on the main chat, the months of the year. Looks like it's right in the middle of Ibnstock.
Ibnstock.
Yeah. It's like the third or fourth message down in the pinned messages.
Oh god, how do I... where's pinned messages at? How do I even see the pin? Oh.
If you go to main chat, there's a little pin.
I see it. Okay,
and
where
if I remember correctly...
Ibnstock, January. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're right in the middle, and where you are is kind of like the top half of the United States as far as climate, so it's very cold this time of year.
Winter in Montana?
And you're in the middle of a blizzard.
So it's basically winter in Montana?
Yeah, getting caught out in the wilds can be rather dangerous.
Well, I think you'd have had the good enough sense to say wait till daybreak.
All right, so with a 12, it takes you about 5 hours. I need you to make a con saving throw, as your winter gear is keeping you relatively warm, but every now and then you get this gust of blizzardy wind that just really rips right through you.
Okay.
All right. Not too shabby. So you take 3 points of cold damage in your journey.
Okay.
But after about 5 hours, you kind of you're looking at trees, and you're doing your best to, like, you find like a large rock and you put your hand on it and you kind of feel comfortable or familiar with it in a vague way. But there's no sun and there's no stars, so this is really tough to find your way through. So I'm going to say that it pretty much takes you like 5 hours to almost all night until you finally stumble on what looks like... Now, let me ask this. Crown collectors, in what fashion did you hunker down? Did you sleep out in the open? Was there a dome used?
It'd be tiny hut.
Tiny hut.
Tiny hut? Okay.
Yeah.
And what would you like to use as the exterior of this tiny hut?
Black.
It's opaque with a giant pointy prestidigitation arrow that says, "We're here."
Do they know?
What color is the dome?
Opaque.
That just means you can't see through it. That's not a color.
Blood red.
It's
Oh,
like
jeez.
whitish.
Whitish. All right. Barynor, after about 5 hours, you're very, very tired. You stumble upon what looks like a perfectly smooth igloo in the middle of the forest, and it's very familiar as far as what the tiny hut has looked like before. You look around, you see broken and smashed trees all around you, and you do recognize this as the site of the battle with the treants and the damage to the forest that the Onak's footsteps caused. So you have arrived. It's
Okay.
about 2 hours until dawn, and you're dead tired. You're exhausted at this point.
Okay. Hello, anyone up? It's rather cold out here.
It's cold and there are wolves at the door. I guess one of us is up taking watch. Who would that been? Who would have taken last watch?
I'll
that
take
would have
last
been up
watch.
to you. Nothing has encroached nothing has interrupted anyone's sleep because you're all inside the dome. Whether or not you guys taking watch is totally up to you.
I'll be up.
All right. Give me a perception check at disadvantage as the wind is howling.
Insert your Carol memes now.
Like the swirling storm inside.
17.
Ooh, that's good. Good rolls. Okay. You can't really see much because where you guys are in the dome, it's very, very dark. Do Dragonborn have night vision? I don't think you have night vision.
We do not.
No, they
No,
do
they do
not.
not.
Yeah. So you
It's
can't really
so
see
dumb.
much. It's pretty pitch black, but somewhere on the wind, Krivish, you hear, hello? You just hear this very faint voice on the wind, and you swear you're hearing things at first.
Mm-hmm.
But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, not out of nowhere, to your left, crumpled up and rolled into a ball, you see Luna sit up immediately and look around, and as bleary-eyed as a wolf can appear, she blinked the sleepies out of her eyes, and she darts out of the dome.
Uh-oh.
All right. I'll go ahead and rouse up Una and Luna. I think Barynor's here. Luna just. Hey, wake up!
All right. Well,
Because I don't think
as you-
unless he denoted that Barynor could get in and out of the hut.
I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't have done that, right, Ken?
What? I'm sorry, the Discord cut out for a second. Oh, can
That
you hear me?
Barynor should be able to enter and exit the hut.
No, not if he's not present.
Ah.
Gotta be present at the time of casting.
So I'm stuck outside. This is fantastic.
Well, we can dispel it and I mean, I can't speak for you, but but maybe we could dispel it and recast it.
That we could do.
All right.
Sounds
Are
awful
you dropping?
annoying, though.
Are you dropping the dome?
Yeah.
Let's all get out first before we get covered in snow.
Okay.
Because knowing our DM, he's
there-
probably got 2 feet of snow on top of us, ready to drop on us.
The dome drops, and that warmth that was so, because the dome is warm on the inside. That warmth that encapsulated the dome and made you all so cozy and comfy, and it just felt, and it even smelled like crackling fire on the inside, is suddenly broken like a slap with a wet fish in the face of frigid cold, and you all find at least half of the dome, because of wind. You find 2 feet of snow drop straight on, let's say, Axton and Kravish. Barynor, before you have a chance to really notice that the dome drops, you are tackled to the ground, and your face is covered in licking kisses from Luna, who is much relieved to be with you again.
I'm overly relieved to see her as well. And just let it happen.
Yeah, she puts you on your back, and she just kind of covers you, and she can sense how cold you are, and just you can feel her just sort of like snuggling up, and just sort of like that dog thing where they just nuzzle your neck on one side and then move around and nuzzle your neck on the other and just cover you with kisses. And it's about that time that you hear everybody in the group just kind of groan as the chill of the winter's night encroaches upon their sleep.
Oh, you had to just... Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, it's okay. Let's just give Una some space. Let him cook one back up, please.
It's going to take 10 minutes, so everybody enjoy standing out here in the cold.
Everybody hunker down for a second.
How long does it take?
It's a ritual.
As a ritual? Yeah, ritual is 10 minutes. Or actually, casting time is 1 minute. I don't think it takes a full 10 minutes.
I think it is a full 10 minutes, isn't it?
If you do it as a ritual, so it doesn't...
Oh, right.
Ritual, it's 10 minutes.
I see. I gotcha. Okay, so you spend the next 10 minutes swearing under your breath as the winter's chill causes your fingers to go numb but sting at the same time as you trace the glyphs that you wrote with your magic chalk in the forest floor beneath you. And the rest of you are kind of reeling from being jerked awake by a surprise blizzard in your face. Yeah, it's very cold. And Yuno's just going to take a little time casting his spell again. You all notice that Barynor looks a lot better than he did. He definitely looks better than all of you. And I will say, just for the record, that your rest has not ended yet. You guys are about 2 hours shy.
Yeah.
And Barynor, you're not going to be able to benefit from this rest, unfortunately.
No, I understand.
You're
I'll suffer with the 1 point of exhaustion.
Okay. But after a few minutes, you all see that dome instantly replace the space that it was in, and you see Yuno immediately dive into it.
I think we all happily retreat into there.
Yeah. I won't get the rest, but I'll at least bed down and get warm for the last 2 or so hours.
And warm it is. You are right at home, just sort of surviving even in the bitter cold of the winter's chill. But any chance to get out of the cold is a breath of fresh air. And tired as you are, snuggled up next to your own personal wolf pillow, you curl up into a corner of the dome and instantly fall asleep, surrounded by your friends. They in turn enter the dome, take up their little their little positions around. There's a lot of room. There's only 5 of you plus Luna, and it fits 10. So you're all able to kind of spread out a little bit and have as much room as you need, especially with Koza and Kravish, the larger of the 2 crown collectors. And kind of like getting up in the middle of the night because you heard a noise, and then realizing that the threat is gone, you're able to finally drift back to sleep. It's been, you guys didn't really take a short rest, so everybody's hit points, this is not counting Barynor, everybody's hit points at this moment, after this long rest, which is dreamless. You guys are all very, very tired, especially those of you who just got woken the F up. So you're just kind of sleep right through the night in the safety of the dome. But those of you affected by the necrotic energy from the previous battle, you may increase your maximum by 11 points.
Ooh. Okay, we're getting there.
But the rest of us can take the benefit of a long rest. Oh, we all.
The rest of you, yes, absolutely. Your exhaustion is gone.
All right.
The morning finds you. It doesn't look much different than it did when you fell back asleep. You're almost in pitch blackness. You can see a very faint gray, hazy glow on the horizon. But snow has not let up. And the wind may have even increased. It is blisteringly hazardous outside. Those of you who are used to surviving know that prolonged exposure out in this kind of weather can wreak havoc on the skin and joints, especially those who are older than others. But the day is yours. I'm sure, Barynor, you definitely have a heading to remember where you were. That's not a problem. What would you all like to do as the dome... you all feel rested, but the dome is still up for another 6 hours.
Dude, let's fill us in, Barynor. What the heck happened to you after you fell through the portal?
I landed, like I said, about 3 hours southwest of here. Had no idea where I was, just completely snow covered. But I had some of those shadow things fall down with me, and I held them off the best I could. And then I got a little bit of help from a denizen of the forest.
Did you know?
Yes. I'll take you to go meet him. He was there doing research on the portal for the past
that should prove
5 or so
helpful.
years. Yeah. And he and I, we tracked down and destroyed the last of the shadow creatures that made it through to this part.
Did any of them get away?
Not that I'm aware of. I did see Maeven fall through, though, and she didn't land on this plane.
How about what? She fell through the portal on this plane, too?
Yes, into the plane below, which I believe is the fire plane.
Oh, fun. Well,
fire plane or
we have to figure that out quickly then.
Yes. There was nothing I could do.
Do you know if the portal's still open or was it closed?
The portal's still open, but there was nothing
good.
there was nothing I could do to save her. Sorry, Kravish. I tried, but
we don't blame you.
I'm not as magically inclined as some of you guys, and she was just out of my reach.
Don't worry, we don't blame you.
No.
Blame myself.
Don't beat yourself up about it. It was a tough situation.
you-
There wasn't a lot you could do.
But for you, it's only been a couple hours. For me, it's been 2 weeks.
We'll get her back.
So this professor you were speaking of, or this researcher that you're...
I
Is that
wouldn't
as
call
much
him.
as you're
I wouldn't call him a
here?
professor so much. You might actually find some common ground with this individual.
Oh, I'm excited to meet him.
Yes, he is. He's quite good. Bit of an odd fellow, and his appearance might startle you guys. I know it startled me at first when I first saw him, but
Oh?
Why? is
yeah,
he hideously deformed, tiefling, 3 eyes.
yeah. He's very hideously deformed. He's a
Okay.
member of a absolutely hideous race. That
Seems a little prejudice there, Barynor.
I'm kidding, of course. He's a dragonborn.
Oh, well, that's not terrible.
But he's a black dragon.
Say
Oh.
what? My eyes
Come
are
on.
like wide, and it's like, what?
You
I think
are
that's a little
sure he
racist.
was helping you, right?
Yeah. I mean, DM, he was helping and being. There was nothing sinister about him for 2 weeks, right?
No.
Okay.
I
Yes.
will say that at some point in the initial, like after we had our time for the one shot, he did kind of ask you if it was cool if he kind of like, if you happened to die, if he was allowed to.
One of those, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I'm tracked. I will also say that this person is not alone, and he has some helpers that don't attack them
okay.
when we get there. It's easier to just show you.
Are these helpers among the living?
No, they are not.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Zombies. Cool.
Yes, but they are friendly zombies.
Well,
Did you hit your head on the way down?
yeah.
You should see the way that one of them plays charades. It's amazing.
Barynor, the only good zombie is a dead zombie.
I thought so too.
I mean, technically,
But-
all zombies are dead.
Well, yes, but one that
Right.
stays dead.
Then it's not a zombie.
I
it's
thought
a
so.
corpse.
I thought so too. But I've been around these things for like 2 weeks now.
Well, if
And,
you trust them, I trust them.
I don't know if I trust them, but I trust the person who controls them.
Fair enough.
So
How did I know Thriller was going to show up in the chat at least once?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, great. We're going to go see a black dragon and
And
Dragonborn,
his army of
Dragon.
corpses.
black
Huh?
Dragonborn,
dragonborn. Okay,
not a black dragon.
a black dragon born. Okay, that's a little more palatable.
And his army of corpses.
And you mean little. Like, it's a tad. It's not the worst thing. But it's still not super cool.
Right. It went from oh hell no to oh god really.
You can't escape these guys.
Yeah, Are you going to be okay with this, Kravish?
Am I going to be okay with this? No, I'm not going to be okay with this. Do we have to do it anyway? Yes.
I mean, he might know of a way to help Maeven. I'm not sure. Be
That's
us
why
going
I'm
through the
willing
portal.
to do this.
Yeah.
And she better get me something really nice on my birthday for all this.
Well, we have to once again rescue her first before that happens. So, let's go.
All right. It is about 8 o'clock in the morning. You're expecting a 3-4 hour journey to the southwest, so I am going to need, from anybody who wants to make it, I'm going to need a perception check at disadvantage.
Before we get going,
Okay.
we need to think about this. Is it, do we do this on foot, or do we try to do this on horse? I mean, are the horses going to die of exposure?
I mean, they're pretty hardy horses. I mean,
Hey, I'm relying to you woodsy folks to know this.
I mean, as long as we take, the occasional breaks and stuff like that, we should be able to ride the horses.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still going to be hard. It's going to be hard going still, even on horseback. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I will say, you're in the middle of the wilderness right now, and your horses are with you,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't really see anywhere nearby that would be a suitable shelter for them.
Uh-huh. So
yeah, where would you like to put them?
Yeah, I understand I understand what you're saying. There doesn't really seem to be anywhere in your vicinity that would be a suitable shelter for them.
okay. Or even like a teleportation circle to take them back.
Yeah, you'd need something like that.
I mean, I could stay here and cast Tiny Hut and hang out with the horses.
Oh, you
as
don't have to
opposed to
because it's
Here in
literally
the
still up.
warmth and coziness of the hut while we all freeze our collective tenderonies off.
It disappears if I travel outside of it.
That is true. That is true.
I think we're good on horseback. Just
I agree.
I
Okay,
think we're
then.
fine.
All right.
Axton, you look a little weary about your horse.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right. Well, I do need everyone to make a con save for them and their horse.
Okay.
Oh no.
Whoa.
Now that
What
you
is
are
it?
all
What is a
convinced
horse?
Your horses are fine.
What is a horse's con save?
Oh, come on.
It has a plus.
The horse's
Mine has
con is 12.
Yeah, so a plus
Oh,
1.
it's a +1.
Yeah, they have pretty average con.
It's actually the same
Oh
as mine.
shit!
So,
Hang on.
that should be a
Horse rolled a
disadvantage.
10.
So
My horse
First-
did way better than I did.
Yeah, we've been about the same.
All right. Just anybody let me know who got... I'm not looking at the thing. I'm doing something else. Just let me know who got under a 13.
I did.
Okay. You did or your horse did?
I did. My horse got it like a 19.
Kravish and Kravish's horse both failed.
Okay.
Did too.
You failed as well.
Me and my horse are fine.
me and my horse are fine. As well.
Me and my horsey.
Me.
Our
Okay,
tax.
Everyone who failed, as your journey southwest continues through the blustering cold, everyone who failed takes 8 points of cold damage. Anyone who passed takes 4.
Okay.
I'm resistant to cold, so I take 4.
Did you fail?
I did.
Yeah, you only take 4. Let's see.
Points of damage to the horse. Okay.
I believe you all have riding horses.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have 13 hit points.
Yeah. So they are super cold. But
Oh crap, Luna.
yeah, crap Luna.
I know. Con save for her. Oh, she's fine. She did better than us. It's that fur coat. Okay.
Okie dokie. Oops. Yeah, I'm doing the thing, but I'm almost done, I promise. So yeah, your journey through the woods is not particularly easy. Barynor, your con save did okay. Not sure why your con save was at disadvantage. Did I tell you to do that? I don't think I did.
No, I did
you're
on
exhausted,
accident.
That's why. Well, you're
It wouldn't. No, but it.
Save. Nope, you're
No.
right. Nope.
So, I took the 18, and then the 13 was for the horse,
Okay.
and then Luna had a 19.
All right. Okay, there. I'm done. So, like I said, your journey through the woods, you end up kind of losing the trail a little bit as the blizzard sweeps clean your footsteps. So I'm going to need a survival check from Barynor, as he is the one leading the pack, and I'm going to need a survival check from whoever else is sort of bringing up the rear so that you don't lose the party, because you guys find yourselves spreading out occasionally, and that can be a little problematic.
Guidance.
Guidance as well.
So 13
So
plus.
this was at disadvantage, is that right?
Well, mine's at
just
disadvantage.
for him, because he's exhausted.
Oh,
Yeah, 15 for me total.
24.
Okay. 15 is like barely what you needed.
Yay.
So yeah, like I said, it's a bit of a slog, but you're able to kind of navigate your way through the hills, and you find yourself sort of stuck in a glen between a couple of high cliff faces that is a little treacherous, that it takes you a bit of time to sort of navigate the horses through. They don't seem to be super happy that they're here, but it is what it is, and eventually you pass through what looks like a fork in a natural trail that's slowly being consumed by snowbanks on either side. And Barynor, you pass under a kind of an archway of folded, crossed, dead trees that you recognize that this is right around where you were when you started your journey back to the group. And you can smell a crackling energy in the air grow stronger. Luna kind of looks up at you in worry, and as she can smell it first, and you see through the piercing through the frigid, wispy snow that's blowing horizontally at this point as the storm has really kicked into gear. You can see a very dim blue glow through the snow, and you recognize it as the perimeter of the portal that you almost fell through and that you watched Maeven fall through.
We made it, guys.
It's at this moment that Axton, you pass by a maybe half decomposed corpse that's just leaning up against a tree, and right as soon as you get about 2 feet from it, it kind of cracks its head in your direction, and it looks like it's trying to moan at you, but its jawbone literally dislocates and falls to the ground, and it just reaches towards you with its hand. What do you do?
I will do my best to stay away from it, back away.
It goes to step towards you, and you notice that it's wearing like the remnant of a sandal on its right foot, and that sandal is frozen to the ground, and it plucks its own ankle bone free and hobbles forward and topples into pieces.
Oh, not again. Hello, we're back.
What do you mean, not again?
This happens a lot. Zombies and cold don't really go together.
Uh-oh.
I mean, they're already stiff as it is. Come on, this way.
All right. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Who?
That'd be Barynor. He's the one who shouted into the cold.
Yep. Disadvantage. This is going to be great.
Hey.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, as you shoot into the air, Barynor, there is a shooting, a shoot of snow that just sort of like pelts your lower calf, and you turn and look, and you see a skeletal arm emerge from the snow and grasp your ankle.
God damn it!
Yo, whoa! I thought we were friends.
They get a little.
We're friends. We're
yes,
here with your buddy Barynor.
They get a little anxious.
Dude.
I'll have you make a persuasion check, Kravish. And you find yourselves kind of... Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
Even with a 1, I rolled a 14.
Even with a 1, you did get a 14. I'm not one of these people that takes critical failures as a critical failure, even though that's definitely a critical failure. But you're just too damn persuasive.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the DC was higher than that.
Yeah, probably was.
Barynor, I'm gonna have you make a strength saving throw, please.
Okay, that one could be a normal strength. Can't roll high to save.
Does a 13 hit you?
It does not.
All right. Right over your head, you see a green flaming firebolt sail over the entire group, impact on a tree behind you, and begin to singe the under branches of this tree before putting itself out with the cold wind.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Whoa, this is really going sideways here, guys. I yell out in Draconic that, we mean you no harm. We're here with your former. We're here with Barynor.
After a couple seconds, and again, it's difficult to see. The blistering wind is just. It's almost like there's a lot of snow in your way, but it's also like instinctually closing your eyes and making you squint against this storm until slowly the snow starts to slow down. The wind begins to calm. The snowflakes in a probably 30 by 30 foot radius around you, or diameter around you, they enter, slow down, and then as they pass towards the other end of this space, they speed up again. And stepping into this sphere of calmed weather, you see this gentleman. Forgive me! My perimeter watch, they do not get much practice to keep my home safe, so that's enough, Bertrand. You may let him go. He is Barynor, our friend. Welcome. You must be his friends, the Crown Collectors. My name is Gorvax, and he's going to give a nice deep bow. And he's got kind of like a large humanoid skull on a shoulder pauldron. He's got a skull on the end of a staff. He's got a necklace with tiny little skulls. Not sure if they're babies or not. And he has what looks like a quaint little cabin behind him, and a couple of armored and armed skeletons trailing behind. I am the owner of these woods, and I wish to welcome you all to my home.
Crown Collectors, this is Gorvax.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Gorvax.
And yours too. Yeah, I have heard much about you and your exploits. I understand you all returned from the Feywild just as he did, yes?
That is correct.
Well, they did it in far better fashion than I did.
Yeah, Barynor was more forcibly returned from the Feywild than we were.
Yes, as in he crashed headfirst in my front yard. But it's okay, and you see him kind of brush the snow off of Barynor's shoulder. We got him fixed up, and fit as a fiddle. Tell me, how did you all fare your journey through my woods?
It wasn't
Nobody died.
terribly treacherous.
No one died, huh? Well, I must admit it is a little bit of a pity, but no bother.
Uh-huh.
Well, come on,
making a mental
Gertrude,
note
let
here.
us go, Bertrand. And you see two skeletons rise out of the snow and just sort of slowly creak on their hinged bone knees up to standing position. One of them's got a spear, another one has like a what looks like a club, until you realize it's a femur bone. Come now, let us make sure that nothing got into the perimeter. Barynor, I just want you to know that it looks like, based on my calculations and my observances from our perimeter watch, that it's possible we may have gotten them all within the last 2 days.
That one was evading us for a while.
Yes, but when you woke up early in the morning looking for venison, I think you might have gotten him. That might be the one we were looking for.
Okay.
Please, you all look so cold and tired. I do not have room for all of you to sleep in my cabin, but I can make the surrounding area a little more hospitable and for you to camp in yourselves. But I have some delicious venison stew brewing. You're all welcome to a bowl. Please, my home is your home. Welcome.
Like I said, nice guy.
Well, that's most kind of you.
Of course, any friend of Barynor is a friend of mine.
You were going to say something, Kravish?
Yeah, I'm gonna have Kravish go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw, and then follow it up with an insight check if you'd be so kind.
20 on the wisdom save.
All right.
Insight check.
Yep. And let's have Yuno also give me an Arcana check if you'd be so kind.
All right. 20 on the wisdom save, 24 on the insight check.
Okay.
Nothing's getting by you.
That's going to be a 19 on the Arcana.
All
That was
right.
18. Yeah.
Let's start with Yuno. This guy, he seems very, very well educated in necromancy. Obviously, his house is festooned with bones, and his companions are all undead creatures under his control. However, you do notice that the source of his power, his focus, is the skull on top of his staff. And as you kind of like side glance and try to peek at it, in between him walking by you, you get the sense that there's this green jewel embedded in one of the eyes of this staff's tipped skull. And it's giving off a very, very powerful necromantic source. And just based on the fact that you've been around dead bodies before, you feel like most of these corpses are very old, maybe months or maybe even years old. And just doing a quick sweep of the property, because as you follow him towards his cabin, you find that there are maybe 20 to 30 corpses in various stages of decay. Most of them are just lying on the ground in a particular corner of his paddock. And they're all wearing various shreds of clothing. Some of them have like rusty knives on a hip. Some of them have swords in their hand. And that's what Yuno notices as far as the magic that is weaving through this place. Kravish, this creature looks nothing like Shekis in the face. He's got much more of like an alligator face, kind of, whereas she had much more of a skeletal skull type black dragon appearance. He does have forward sweeping horns, but he looks to be maybe I forget how old is Kravish? Do Dragonborn age like humans?
I think their life expectancy is like about 80 or something like that.
I think their life expectancy is shorter.
A little bit shorter than humans.
Okay, so Kravish is what, in his 20s, 30s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Late 20s.
This guy definitely looks like he's maybe older than you by maybe 10 or 20 years.
Okay.
His scales are not brilliant like yours because he's descended from black dragons, not silver dragons. And you can see at the edges of his scales, especially on his face, there's kind of a graying nature to it. His eyes are slightly cloudy. They're green like yours were when you were under Shekis' influence. But there's a twinkle in them that you didn't have, nor did Shekis. And there's a jovial nature about Gorvax that you, fighting against it, can't help but embrace. He just seems like a jolly fellow who happens to dabble in necromancy. With your 24 insight, you get the feeling like he's not going to immediately murder you all, and you're fairly certain that he's not going to betray you.
Okay.
Very well.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm still, taking, deep breaths. Still a little on edge, but I feel, like you said, I feel a little bit better that I'm not going to be immediately slaughtered.
I will say that and, well, everybody, but being the magic adept person, you are really attracted to the crackling energy of the perimeter of the portal on the ground. Now, his little cabin is tucked away in the woods, about a good 100 feet or so away from the portal's edge. So you can kind of, where the portal is. You can see a very, very dim glow through the whipping snowy wind. But he offers you all to take from his pot of stew. Barynor, you have had his cooking before. It's fine. There's nothing special about it. It doesn't, whip your hair back or anything. But it is hearty, and it's filling at the least.
Man, gonna kill us.
Doesn't smell poisoned.
Kill you, but he will ask you if you do end up dying from any cause, if he can use you.
Yes. It anyone who it takes part of my hospitality. I always like to ask. I feel it's polite that if you should perish by some unfortunate circumstance, that I'm able to resurrect your corpse. Just kind of a blanket request as that these grounds, they don't take care of themselves. You know what I mean?
Yes. Gorvax, you remember what I was telling you about Shekis?
Ah, yes. I believe you called her the wretched wind of some sort of that, yes?
Yes. Well, Kravish here had a rather painful run-in with her.
From what you tell me, you all had a run-in with her.
Yes, but...
Yeah, I am not familiar with this Shekis myself. I do not believe our bloodlines have ever crossed, but I can understand your trepidation at seeing me here.
Kravish here had a... we all had a
mind fuck for weeks.
Yes.
Well, in any case, the better separation from you two, the better.
Yes, I'm not a big fan of playing mind games. Usually I like to fiddle with the brain after the person has perished.
Oh, that's
while
not
they're-
true.
Is only slightly comforting, but it's more than I guess we expected.
Listen, when you spend all this time on your own in the woods studying a rare source of immense raw magical power like the portal, you get a little lonely. People come here to try and, mess with the portal, get themselves killed, or perhaps they come here finding the portal, then they find me, then they try to rob me, and then I have to kill them. It helps when you can turn them from an enemy to a friend. Isn't that right, Gertrude? And you see one of the skeletons behind you just kind of...
I mean, gotta give him points for resourcefulness.
Yes, my mother always told me, use what nature gives you. Sometimes nature gives you corpses.
Well, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, Gorvax.
Oh, well, thank you. Koza, was it?
Yes, and I will shake his hand.
Ah, well, it is my greatest, deepest pleasure to meet all of you, and you are welcome to stay as long as you wish, as long as you all kind of, pitch in to help the place stay safe and clean, and, perhaps help me with some of my experiments with the portal. It's up to you. Nothing is set in stone, of course.
We do want to go try, now that my friends are here, we do want to try and go retrieve our other friend who, as you saw, fell through the portal.
Yes, that should be first priority.
And if what I saw was true and what we kind of made a kind of hypothesis about was that beings going through the portal helped close it. Us going down to rescue Maeven might close this portal.
Well, about that, based on what we've been talking about with your experiences in the Feywild and moving through the portal, it seemed like sometimes creature does nothing to the portal, and sometimes in cases of your friend Maeven, she's able to close it completely. Something about perhaps the fact that she is Sylvan, which is of the Fey,
right?
But she's also born here in the Prime Realm, so it's almost like she is of both realms. And perhaps her energy was enough to close it. You said that when you fell through, it closed a little bit.
Little bit.
Not as much, yes.
But when
it has to do with where you're from versus where you're going.
That's possible. I mean, the shadow creatures also closed the upper one.
Well,
from what they'd said.
Well, by that logic, then, us going... those of us like or Axton would definitely close the portal significantly.
Perhaps. But I wouldn't think that they are from the fire plane either, so maybe they close it a little bit?
Maybe. We don't know.
Maybe creatures from the fire plane coming here would close it too? Or maybe... that's maybe a bad idea. Maybe throwing them here and then forcing them through it again would close it more?
Well, I'm just saying that because if we go through and we accidentally close it, I mean, you've been researching this thing for 5 years now, like...
Yes.
What would you do?
time. Well, I have found that anything that I throw into the portal from here, like rocks, and one time I levitated a very large mound of dirt. One time I threw someone through it that he was trying to rob me, and he went through. I did not see a change in the size of the portal. That was like a year ago.
Okay.
But one time I did see this fire bat emerge from the portal itself, and it seemed like a tiny little section of the portal kind of closed up and made it a funny shape.
I just wonder if we want to close this portal or if we want to keep it open. I mean, this has become your life's work, essentially.
Yes, and but I've been here for the better part of 5-6 years, and I really haven't learned much in the last year or so.
What do you know about this portal? Any ideas as to its origin or its original stated purpose?
See, there's the curvy shine now.
It's funny. It's such raw magical power that it's difficult for me to pin down what created it. And furthermore, when you get close to it, it's very, very hot. So I try to limit my time to maybe a few minutes at a time to being close. And it does make for a nice toasty place in the winter time, but in the summer it's not so nice. I try to keep my distance in the hotter months, but what I've learned is that whatever created this portal to that fire realm, it also created a portal down below it that had, I believe, since closed. It was very, very small when I arrived here, and it not sure where that portal went, and it has since closed itself. And I looked up and studied the Fae from what I could see, which was mostly just the sky, and found that it took almost an entire year just to watch the day-night cycle change in the Feywild above me. And you see him kind of turn in his cabin, and you see this like hash marks on the wall etched in ink, and you see the Fae written above it, and you see where there's like a sun that is drawn over the course of several hash marks, and he's just explaining to you that the time may work differently and slower in the Fae, but the day-night cycle in the Fae is even slower for some reason.
Right. Okay. I was going to ask, I think we talked about this before, but have you noticed the same time difference in the fire plane?
Yeah, no, it's a little difficult to tell because you don't see a whole lot of activity down there. It's not like there's a clock on the wall or a trees rustling by where you can see the movement. It's just lava and a lot of hot rocks.
Right.
So I dare not venture down there myself. I don't do particularly well in the heat, and I'm not a big fan of lava. But when your friend fell through it, I noticed that a few of those creatures that fell before she came through, they fell into the fire realm as well, and they seem to fall with the same speed as anything else. I did not notice them slowing down or speeding up, though the time difference might be negligible or non-existent.
So 2 weeks in here, my 2 weeks in this realm would be also the 2 weeks for her down there.
Very possible.
We need to get to her as soon as we can. I mean, she's already been down there for so long. I didn't know when you guys would be able to return, so
Yeah.
I didn't know what all I could do. Again, I feel terrible about it.
Well, we're gonna figure something out, so
Yeah, we're gonna figure something
all
out.
will be forgiven soon enough.
Yeah.
Let's see. We need to get provisioned back up. I mean, Axton, you need to get your armor and all of your gear. I'm sure we all could try to find some additional fire resistance.
Yes,
Fire
but again,
resistance, I may be able to help with that, at least for one of you.
Yeah,
I do have a jewel here that you might be able to attune to and perhaps string on a chain. Might give you a bit of fire resistance. And you see him kind of dig through a small box on his desk. He's like, it took me about a month to enchant this jewel, but to tell you the truth, I was really getting sick and tired of charring my hands and my feet and getting sunburnt when I was in close proximity of the portal, so I made this. But since I don't really venture too close to the portal in summertime now, I don't really have need of it. So I would be willing to sell it to you.
Okay. Well, what would you consider a reasonable offer?
Why don't you make a persuasion check?
Let's hope this one goes better. 31.
Oh, wow. You know what, Kravish? I like the cut of your jib. You seem like a very honorable adventurer. Reminds me of a shinier, younger me. For you, the price, I gave it to you for 250 gold.
50 gold. Okay. Let's check the coffers. 250 gold. All right. You got a deal.
Very good. Take it in good health. And he hands you a small jewel. It's kind of like a princess cut, like a square cut, and it's just a little tiny ruby about the size of a big pea, like a small marble, square cut, and it's very warm to the touch. And if you were to either attune to this and keep it in your pocket or string it on a chain, you would have resistance to fire damage.
Okay. So an amulet of fire resistance. Got it. And you have to attune to it?
Yes, sir.
Got it.
All right. Well, that should at least keep one of you in good spirits when visiting that realm. Do me a favor, please, and I will pay you for your research that you may add to my own. I'm not exactly sure what dimension or realm or plane it is down there. I've seen elemental-like creatures, but in my studies I have found that these could belong to Everness or one of the 9 hells, or the fire plane. If you find out where it is down there, and perhaps bring me some samples of the soil or some other form of physical, tactile evidence of this place, I would like to use it to create a tuning fork to that plane. That way, I can visit it anytime I wish in the future without having to jump through the portal. What do you say?
Sounds fair.
What did I get paid, by the way?
Oh, he paid you 150 gold for your assistance. Yeah. Well, it is a beautiful day. I think I'm going to go out and perhaps study the north end of the valley and perhaps find some food for later. You're all welcome to stay here as long as you wish. And he's gonna take his staff and tap it right in front of his home, and you see the weather start to clear outward in like a 60-foot diameter around his cabin. You can stay here or depart whenever you wish. Just you're going to want to give Brian a little bit of a wide berth. And you look over and he's pointing at a huge, imposing, almost a half ogre zombie who is, this whole time you thought he was a tree until he kind of turns his head and you realize that he's actually mobile, and he kind of like pricks his head, and he's dragging this huge tree stump club behind him, and he's just yes, he gets a little territorial, a little temperamental. If you give him enough room, he'll leave you alone. But anyway, if I see you later, we shall have dinner. If I never see you again, it will be sad. But it was a pleasure meeting you all. Barynor, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your assistance in clearing my forest home of those nasty shadow thingies.
Oh, you are most welcome, and it was absolute pleasure company. I think we should be around here, at least a couple days for everyone to get healed up?
Sure.
I mean, we want to get going as fast as possible, but some of us are in rough shape.
Oh, yes, well, understandable. So I will sort out dinner for tonight, and I will see you later.
Alrighty. Stay safe.
And he's going to, you see him extend his cloak, and he's going to wrap it over the shoulders of one of his skeletons nearby, and he is going to dimension door away and disappear.
Yeah.
And as you all stand there, deciding what to do with the rest of your day, we're going to take a little break.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
It is 4:05. We'll call that 15 minutes, and we'll meet back here at 4:20, y'all.
All right.
If you got him.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit.
See ya.
Nothing is. What do they say? Nothing is new. Everything's been done. Because that's a remake in and of itself.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Original Jodie Foster.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, folks.
Yep.
Let's get back to it. Is there anything anybody particularly wants to do? You said you wanted to spend a couple of days here at Gorvax's estate, so to speak.
We want to spend as little time here as possible because we need to go get Maeven. But at the same time, our party's not looking too good right now.
Well,
and we have no idea what's down there.
Yeah, if you would like to spend an overnight, I can deal out some recuperation and see where you're at after a night.
Sure.
Okay.
Do we need?
Is there anything anybody would like to do during this day? Because it is rather early in the day at the beginning of this.
I figured Yuno would love to pick his brain on certain magic things.
Well, Axton, shouldn't your armor be ready?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. My armor and enchanted sword probably would be done better.
Can Koza take you back to Dane and Dane? I think it was Dane.
Yeah, it was.
Dane and back with him a day.
You were having Fodal enchant your armor.
Yeah, maybe Koza could either go with you or make a teleportation circle for you and you just pay your way back.
Well, wouldn't he need a circle here?
He would just have to draw one.
Oh, okay.
I would like to impart on you just in the fact that over the next couple days, I'm sure that you and Gorvax do a little talking and maybe swapping up some spells. So, you are going to learn Animate Dead. And whether you choose to prepare that ever is fully up to you, but if you just sacrifice the gold required, you can learn Animate Dead. You can also learn... Hold on. Unfortunately, they're all going to be necromancy spells. Big shocker, right? Let's see here. Spell list. He would definitely have Animate Dead. He would also have... Come on. My internet is being a little temperamental with me today. You've already got that. I know you've got that. Let's see here. Oh, my frickin' internet sucks. Alright, while I'm sorting this out, let's take care of Koza and Axton. Or if Yuno wants to use the transportation circle, that's fine too. You'll be here for at least 2 days, so I leave that up to you. However you want to patch that out. I would say this: that if you use Yuno's transportation circle, you're either going to have him travel with you back, or you're going to have to buy a use of the transportation network to get back here. Whereas if you use Koza, it's just one use of his tiara. So, choice is yours. What do you want to do?
Do I know how much that would cost?
It's for a party, it's $250. For a single journey, it's $100.
Would you be willing to come with me?
I would be more than willing.
Great. Okay, well, I'm ready to leave whenever you are.
Right?
Okay, you're gonna learn Animate Dead. You're going to learn Bestow Curse. You're going to learn Blight.
Ooh.
Which you definitely have.
That is Steph's favorite spell.
And he is a much higher level wizard than you. So you can put it in your spell book, you just won't be able to use it yet. And that is Contagion. Is good?
Yep.
Okay. Alright. Koza and Axton. Are you using the tree network?
Do we want to use the tree network?
Whatever is fastest and easiest. I know very little of this transportation stuff.
Well, then already wait. How long has it been since I got us back from the Feywild? Has it?
It's been at least 1 day.
Okay, good.
You slept in the dome.
Alright, so then I will use the tiara.
Okay. You transport through a tree into a tree on the outskirts of Dane, on the north end. You've traveled there before. You used this tree when you were messing around between Dane and the Colded Sticks. And the weather is not really that much better up here, and it's still pretty blizzardy. Definitely a healthy winter storm, even though the wind gets cut by the tall buildings of the metropolis that is Dane. Everybody around you in the city is kind of closing their neck clothing a little. They're kind of cinching their collars a little bit and hustling through the streets trying to get in out of the cold. But you eventually do find Fodal's tent. His little flap is open. It's nice and warm in there. And at the back, behind the desk, fiddling with some what looks like writing implements that he's kind of levitating across a piece of parchment as he writes. He sees you, and his dark hood just kind of rises. And Koza and Axton, good of you all to come. Nice to see you. It's been a little while, huh?
That it has.
Well, I suppose, Axton, you're here for your armor.
Yes, and my greatsword.
And your greatsword. Well, here you go. And he's going to kind of levitate the sword over to you and kind of guide you to the back of his shop where he has your Palladium armor. That is slightly different color than it was before. When you gave it to him, it had kind of a rose gold hue to it. But now it's sporting almost a slightly grayish icy blue across the metal of itself. And it's brilliantly shiny. It's almost like platinum shiny. There's sort of a brushed nickel quality to the metal itself, but there's this kind of glint that the light just catches off the edges of it really, really nicely. Looks beautiful. And the pauldron that you had made to replace the other one, while it does look you've got two mismatched pauldrons, it also has kind of a grayish slate blue tinge to it. However, when you hold this suit of armor in your hand, you kind of lift it up off of the armor easel that it's on. It feels almost weightless.
Oh wow!
And
see, there's some major changes here.
Well, yes, I spent the better part of a week infusing it with flight, which is, I believe, what you requested. And all you got to do really is kind of flex your shoulder blades a little bit, and those wings should pop right out. They're going to be kind of ethereal in a way. They're not going to look like perfect white bird wings. They're going to kind of have like a ghostly nature to them a little bit. And yeah, it should carry into the air rather nicely. It's all been paid for already, so you're free to put it on. I'd personally like to see you give it a try.
Okay, take the time to don it.
Yep, and Koza's gonna obviously probably give you a hand here and there, strapping it down and tightening it there. The leather in the armor was not enchanted, so in the off chance that this armor does get damaged in battle, the weak spots are likely going to be the leather straps. It's just not how enchanting armor works, where the whole thing is indestructible. You're still going to find yourself having to, polish it and shine it and repair this and repair that, but it's mostly going to be at the joints.
Well, good thing I'm a leather worker by trade.
So, you step out into the thoroughfare out in front of Fodal's tent, and he's going to follow you both out. And in the middle of the street, you stand alone. There's a little bit of foot traffic here. It seems like this corner of the city is, it's not as bustling with activity as other places. So you've got some room, maybe about 15, 20 feet on either side of you. And you can kind of feel, like at your shoulder blades, you feel this strange resistance, almost like, this is going to sound weird, almost like there's a latch or a switch at your back, and the only way to activate it is to like flex your shoulder blades back a little bit.
Okay, well, I guess I'll give it a go and try it out. Flex.
Yeah, it takes you a couple of tries. You kind of give like a half-hearted attempt, and your elbows almost touch behind you, and it's just not quite enough, or it's not in the right position. And you see Fodal kind of walk over, and his sleeves kind of guide your arms, and you feel your hands being moved without anybody touching them. It's a weird sensation. And he's like, all right, try it now at this angle. And you kind of raise your arms a little bit higher at the elbows. And as soon as you pull back on your shoulder blades, you all hear this whoop. And Koza, right in front of you, is Axton, and he's not standing anymore. He's levitating about 3 inches above the air, or above the ground, and these huge 20-foot tall spectral bird-like feather wings of like a deep, deep blue with glittering sparkles at the edges are slowly flapping.
Whoa.
Look great, Axton. Why don't you take him for a spin?
I do so.
Yeah, you kind of instinctively point your nose upward, and you can feel a connection between you and the armor on a mental level. It's almost like you think of a direction, and the wings respond. You soar up and take off into the air, high above the street, 50, 60 feet, and you can hear the flapping of these wings. It sounds very, very similar to a bird's feathery flapping wings, but there's this almost like a twinkling sound that follows them. And Koza, as you look at him soar into the air, there's a trail of like blue and silver sparkles that leave in his wake as he rises into the air. And you take a moment to kind of twist your back and realize that you're moving your body when you don't really need to. You think left and you twist around, and the bird wings flap you to the left. You think to the right, and as you make these motions, you use less and less of your body to like make up for the balance of leaning over, and you're starting to get used to the movement until you flap your way back down. Let me just look up something real quick. Yeah, after about 10 minutes, you start to feel the weight of the armor just kind of sag, and Cozy, you can see that the wings are starting to like blink in and out of reality. So at about 30 feet in the air, now you've taken 10 minutes is a long time. You've taken kind of a long, lazy patrol all around the city. You almost run headfirst into somebody riding a griffin, looks like perhaps a black guard, that's doing their own patrol, and they kind of give you like, "What's wrong with you? Keep it moving, jeez." But as you make your way back, you feel the weight of the armor increase. Cozy, you watch the wings blink out, and about 30 feet up, Axton plummets to the ground. I need Axton to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Why is it always me with the dexterity saving throws?
Because it's fun.
Ooh.
There you go, perfect.
Okay, well, Axton, as you fall face first downwards, you can feel the rushing air about 30 feet up. You slam into the ground, unfortunately collapsing a cart of pastries, which do well to soil your newly minted armor. You've got a nice long, wide swath of raspberry jam across your face. You spin around, and Koza, you think it's blood. And you take a total of 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground.
My gosh, Axton, are you alright?
Just teaching.
But your armor is intact. You haven't really. You're a little worse for the wear, and your wings have disappeared. But now you know how to activate them. Odo is going to waft his way over and float over to you. He's like, "Oh, I should have warned you. It only lasts 10 minutes. Sorry about that. Here, hold on a second." And he's going to prestidigitation your armor clean.
Thank you. Yeah, it would have been nice to know that earlier.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was just so eager to see you in action that I forgot to mention the the warnings. But never you mind. You made it okay, and gotta say, that armor just looks damn fine on you, if I do say so myself. It's one of my best works of art, if, now that's a lot coming from me.
Well, I appreciate it myself.
Well, you're very welcome, and please do return, and if ever you need anything else enchanted, or you're looking for an item, my door is always open to you.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, point of order. Corey, what movie is that from? He just posted something in the chat. Somebody
that's the one.
fumbling to the
I don't know what it's from.
It's Channing Tatum and what's her face?
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock. Yeah,
Oh my God.
I forget what movie. I forgot what that movie's called.
I do too. I vaguely remember it now that you mention it.
It's the most violent fall off a cliff I've ever seen in my life.
Yes.
Like, she hits everything on the way down.
What is that movie called?
And then, of course, the classic Hitchhiker's Guide. Oh no, not again.
Yes.
All right, boys, the streets of Dean are yours.
It's called The Lost City: A Hilarious Adventure.
Okay, well, that's one of the most violent falls I've ever seen in my life.
Can I also
What would you like to do?
Can I also inquire about my greatsword?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, all you did was enchant it with a little bit extra damage, right?
No, I was trying to get the bleeding done, so that way whenever I attack with it, it would bleed.
Yeah. So it turns it in. It turns it into an automatic +1. So that's +1 to rolls and damage die. And just like your axe, if you hit a critical, they're going to need to make a con save. It's going to be the same DC. I believe it's a 13. Or they take 1d10. This is only going to be 1d4 because this was not created by a god. So instead of a 1d10, it's going to be 1d4 until they can close the wound themselves. And if you get another critical, it stacks.
So Vodel's not a god. Good to know. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. He does not ask you to test it.
Yeah, that went badly for me. I'm not even there, but that went badly when I tested something in his store, so.
It is a little shinier. It wasn't made of incredible material like your armor was. It was just made of, carbon steel. But it does have a little bit of a more polished look to it. It feels a little lighter. Definitely easier to swing, especially for a greatsword.
So I just want to confirm it's pretty much exactly like my Lion's Head battle axe. Same DC, just less damage. Not a D10, it's now a D4.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, do you guys need anything else before you take off? Got some potions here, some, let's see here, necklaces, rings. I mean, anything you guys could think of, I pretty much got it or I can make it.
Fire resistance.
Yeah. Why don't? Do you have any anything to resist fire?
Make a persuasion check.
Oh boy. Where is it? There it is. Come on. Ooh, that was almost a natural 1.
Okay, for the sake of brevity, he has 2 items that can help you. He has a cloak of fire resistance, and he has a ring of fire absorption.
Ooh. What does that do?
Which one? The ring?
The ring.
It absorbs fire.
Yeah, you unfortunately still take the damage. However, what it does is as he explains it to you, it does what it says. It absorbs the fire, but it also intensifies it and stores that damage that you can then release at will in the form of like a breath weapon.
Ooh. That might be cool for later, but for now we'll just take the cloak.
Okay, the cloak is 1,200.
Let me see how much I have.
But it does not require attunement.
1,200 gold.
Yes, sir.
All right, then I will give him. I have 120 platinum. Oh shit. And I don't currently have access to the party fund, so.
What's Axton got on him? You shake your partner down.
Well, how much are you looking for?
Well, I have the equivalent of probably 900 something gold, and I need 1,200 for this cloak.
1,200. Here's 120 platinum.
All right.
Well, that's all of it.
That's yeah. Thanks, Axton.
No problem.
All right. So, what does this cloak exactly do? Is
It does not require attunement. However, you cannot wear another cloak or cape with it. It offers 0 protection against the cold. But it does give you fire. Any fire damage you take is halved.
Okay.
But if it's like a fireball and you pass your save, you don't take no damage. You just take half of half.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's kind of got like a reddish orange kind of wool like material for this cloak, and it's ringed with like these little red jewels all along the edge of the cloak itself, and it has just like a hood. Unfortunately, it doesn't fit you very well because you're so big, and it comes down to like your mid thigh, and you can't wear the hood.
Ooh, I've got
You have
something.
too much hair.
That's okay. You said it's reddish orange.
Yeah. Lined on the edges with like these little red jewels. He's not fat, he's poofy.
I'm poofy.
I think he's taller than Kravish. I think Koz is your biggest guy.
Yeah. Koz is like 7.5 feet tall.
Yeah, Kravish is about 6.5.
As a big boy.
He's a big boy. Okay. Anything else?
I don't think so.
I'm good to go.
Alright. It takes you about, half hour to navigate back through the city to the tree that you came from. Your tiara on the material plane does offer you a return trip. And stepping through the tree portal, you find yourselves back in the woods next to your party, who are kind of scattered about the grounds of Gorvax's property. We'll say, for the sake of argument, that Gorvax and Yuno are both kind of studying and chit-chatting the portal itself on the edge, kind of researching it a little bit. And that is going to end the first night. Those of you with wither damage, who are doomed, at the end of your long rest, is there anything anybody would like to do before you take your long rest?
I don't think so.
Nope.
Okay. Those of you who are doomed, big roll. Holy cow, you take 21 points to add to your new maximum. That was a big roll.
All of us?
Yep, everyone takes 21 points that you can add to your
Ooh.
maximum on that first night.
Damn.
Who's up? You all are, awakened by the dawn. The storm has passed, but there is a thick layer of snow on the ground, as it was very, very heavy snowfall last night. Gorvax and a few of his skeleton friends are nowhere to be seen. They're not around right now. He's He's not in his cabin. He's not around the immediate perimeter. He's not there right now.
Well, how's everyone looking now?
Well, my scale just went up to about 65.
I'm 57.
I don't know what any of those numbers mean. How is everyone?
I didn't take any wither damage, so I'm good.
Okay, but how is it? How is the group feeling? If we're going to be wandering into a place that's either A, the fire plane, or B, the hells, are we?
Everybody as tippy top as they can be.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and for today. Let's take the bag of holding and this haversack. Let's get back to Stonehelm Keep. Let's dump the bag of holding and let's reprovision ourselves.
Okay.
How does that sound?
Sounds like a plan to me.
So I'm guessing that's a transportation thingamajigger.
Yeah.
We do have a teleportation circle at Stonehelm, so...
Yes, that is
Right.
the technical magical term, transportation thingamajigger.
Well, I don't know what it's called, but can you get us back here is what I'm wondering.
Back here, no.
So it's a one-way trip.
Yeah, I think
well.
you would need teleport to do that.
Well, okay, so we can. Damn it! Is there a tree?
Can we go back to Stonehelm by a tree?
Not today.
I thought this was the next day.
Oh no, it is. Yeah. Today, yes, you could. You could go and come back. Absolutely.
Okay.
So we on?
As on as we'll ever be.
Well, let's at least leave a note for
I mean, do all of us need to go?
I don't think so. I mean, unless you have provision needs.
Okay. I was just curious. Yeah, let's leave a note that we'll be back at some point later today or something.
Oh, yeah. I'll leave a note. I'll pin it in Draconic. I'll let them know that we headed back to our keep for provisions. We should be back either tonight or tomorrow night.
Okay. Where are you leaving it?
Where am I leaving? I'm leaving it inside the flap of his tent.
Well, he has a cabin. It's not
He
a
has a
tent.
cabin. All right, I will leave it just kind of halfway out, as far as like tucked into his dorm.
Okay. So, like, if he tries to open his door, it'll fall out and he'll see it.
It'll
kind of a
rustle,
thing.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough. Your note is secure.
We've been trying to reach you about your cart's extended warranty.
I hate these calls. Who likes that? No one likes that.
That's when you gotta start speaking to Marion back to them. Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
In winter. You know, a lot of people don't like that episode. I actually really like it.
I think it's one of the better ones.
Steph hates that episode.
Yeah, look. It's silly. It is.
Yeah.
You can't deny that it's silly, but it's also really cute because I don't know. I don't want to geek out for an hour about Star Trek, but
Sure.
it's got a big heart, that episode. And
Yes.
it's the first time you see Picard in his cool suede jacket.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a real deep dive for Trekkies.
Mm-hmm.
His cool suede outfit. Okay. Well, the day is yours. It is about 9 a.m. You guys kind of slept in a little bit. Who is going to Stonehelm Keep?
Krivy.
I am.
Okay, you know it's going to Stonehelm Keep. Kravish is going. If you guys are traveling by tree, Koza, you're going.
Yes.
Does anybody else want to go?
I'll go as well.
Okay, so What about Axton?
Sure, why not?
Alright, everybody's going.
Everybody's going. Well, except one person.
Yeah, load up the bus.
Now, don't forget, you guys do not have a tree at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
So you will have to traverse through the door, or you'll first have to you'll have to make your way down the Viperous River towards the Shrouded Gate. You'll have to resolve the puzzle, open the door, and you'll have to contend with the ropers that live at the top of the
I thought
tunnel.
we figured all that out. Well, we got a key to the front door.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to make you guys resolve it, but I'm just saying it's going to take... it'll probably take you a good 2 to 3 hours to get all the way to your keep from the tree in Heistel, which is the small lake town that borders Stonehelm Keep's mountains.
Do we want to leave the horses in town?
Well, you're not getting the horses down the river.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Do we want to... But I'm saying, do we even want to take the horses back to the portal with us?
Just leave them here.
Yeah.
Fine with me.
That way we don't have to worry about them. You know, they won't become zombie snacks while we're gone.
All right.
I will say that none of you have ever seen Gorbak's murder anything. It seems that he just takes advantage of already dead stuff.
I mean, I saw him kill some shadow things, but I don't know if that really considers murdering. Murder.
Alright. Well, the horses are sufficiently stabled around the property. He does have kind of a small paddock. It looks like they'll probably be able to jump over it if they really want to, but it kind of keeps them penned in a little bit. It definitely keeps them away from the wandering skeletons that...
Well, no, I thought we were going to go leave them in the town.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm confused.
The town around the lake.
Uh-huh. Heistel? Just leave them at Heistel? Take them with us, but just leave them there?
Yeah, leave them at Heistel.
Okay. For 5 horses, it's going to be... just to leave them for the afternoon, it'll be 5 silver. If somebody wants to flip that to them.
Well, how long do we want to prepay?
Let's give them 2 days lodging just to hedge our bets.
Okay.
Okay, then instead of 5 silver, it'll just be like a gold.
Gold apiece.
Okay. And then we will make our way up to Stonehelm Keep.
Okay. Yeah, it takes you the better part of 2 hours to traverse the river. There is no like path or walkway. It's meant to be taken by boat or ferry. So it's really kind of like walking along an angled rock face or a brief swim in certain parts. It's not the most pleasant experience. You get the feeling you might want to invest in like a small dock that you can move back and forth with if this is how you're going to be making your way up there. But the hour that it takes to get down the river to the Shrouded Gate, you're left wet, but you're there. You don't encounter any hostilities. And the Shrouded Gate puzzle is, easily solvable. You've already done it once. You know how to make the pictograms depict the history of Stonehelm Keep, where once it was a dragon's lair, and that dragon was beset upon by storm giant knights who slew it and turned the mountain into Stonehelm Keep itself. The tunnel leading up the entrance to the castle, however, is still populated by 5 or 6 of these ropers. And I'm sure you're not interested in fighting them again.
Nope.
So I leave it to you to negotiate a way through the tunnel without fighting it. I'm interested to see what you got. Because they are still there. You guys never got rid of them.
I mean, I remember them being pretty slow, right?
Very slow.
Yeah, which...
If I look at my notes here,
I'll
they
run
have
it.
a speed of... they have a reach of 40 feet. Holy moly. But they only have a climb speed of 10.
I mean, I can pass traces for the first part, and then we just move by them as fast as we can.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm making a mental note, putting it on the short list, figure out what we're going to do with these bastards.
I mean,
Well,
they're good.
I will say that you don't see all 5 because
They're
they
good
have a
security
false
system.
appearance. And yeah, you do see what looks like a couple of bandit corpses on the ground. One of them's bitten clean in half. The other one is desiccated. So, alright. Pass without a trace. I need a stealth check from everybody, and go ahead and add 10.
Let's see.
I am no longer disadvantaged. Yeah.
24.
24.
Come on. Ooh. What?
33.
Why does my
15.
dice...
What was
Okay.
that, you know?
Yep, 15.
15, is that with the 10?
Yep.
Okay.
27
27.
with disadvantage.
Okay. 33. 18. Nobody got below a 13. Let's see. If that mattered. Yeah, no, they don't see you. Okay. No, why did you post the picture of the screen?
Because my dice says 15, but it says I rolled an 8. And I need help making that make sense.
Because that's not your dice.
Well,
was-
where
that
is
was,
my dice?
That was
That was my.
Barynor's dice. His
That was
dice.
my.
Oh,
my die.
well,
Dice are
my die never showed up then.
Yeah, your dice is green too. I can understand the confusion. Yours is the pale.
Yeah, yours are the
Okay.
darker.
I was just very confused.
All right.
We must
yeah.
have rolled at the same time, because it showed up when I clicked my stealth roll.
Well, that actually answers my other question that you guys can see the health bar. Okay, cool.
All right. Yeah, you guys make it past the ropers. Well, from what you can tell, you can't actually see all of them, but you're quiet enough. The stairs themselves are a little tricky. I'm not going to make you roll though, because they're made for giants. So they're not like standard stairs up this winding tunnel to your top of this mountain. It takes you another hour to get up them. They're made for giants. They're like 3 feet tall, these stairs, so it's really a workout getting up this tunnel. It really makes you want to install one of those electric old people chairs that sort of ride up the side of the staircase. But you eventually do emerge out of a cave where you see that huge bronze statue right inside the entrance of this cave of the dragon that was slain, thus giving the castle its allure. And the entrance to your keep is locked. Those of you who have the key, you're able to enter it, no problem. The place is rather quiet. The halls echo with your footsteps. What would you like to do at Stonehelm Keep?
Well, we need to empty this bag of holding with all the money, so we need to go down. I'm assuming we have like a vault.
I don't remember there being a vault here.
Well, we may have put one in.
Well, just to refresh everyone's memory, this is the layout of your keep.
Did you guys do some Sims 4 while I was away?
Mm-hmm.
Installed a vault?
There is a room in the cellar that no one has entered yet because you can't solve the door puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know what the door puzzle was.
It's very magic-y. It's a golden door with like 12 of these rotating glyphs in like a strange arrangement, and every time you turn one, 3 more will rotate in different directions and also move around the door, so it just seems like an extraordinarily complicated magical lock. I totally did not mean for it to counteract knock.
I mean, there's storage rooms. There's the dungeon cells.
I don't know that if you guys... Did you guys build anything during your month off? I know a bunch of you guys came here and did stuff.
Yeah, we re-renovated the joint.
Oh yeah, it's cleaned out, but I don't know that if you guys built a vault of any kind. That I'm not sure of. But the place was locked, and every single entrance into this place was closed and sealed. It doesn't look like there's been any activity. There's a very thin layer of dust everywhere that your footsteps disturb, so it definitely feels like nobody's been here since you left.
I thought we hired staff.
Yeah, you hired staff to clean the place out, but it's been 3 weeks and there's nobody here.
Oh, okay.
And you hired them out of Highstone, so they live down there.
Yeah. Gotcha.
All right. Where do you suggest we put the current bag of holdings?
Bag of holding.
Well, we should find the most secure room, and then I can spend a little time making it not super fun for anybody.
Do you have an arcane lock or something like that?
Oh, I do have that. I also have several other things that I can do. So I think let's go to the war room.
Okay.
Okay. The war room has no door. It just has a doorway. It's about 10 feet wide and about 20 feet tall. Has a huge hearth and a very, very long table in it that you have furnished with chairs and whatnot.
Well, first, we're gonna have Axton use his woodworking to make us a damn table.
Oh no, there's already a
door.
table. Oh, okay.
Get to making a door, Axton. We'll leave you here, and we'll come back for you. Is there a chest or anything?
Yeah, I mean, somewhere in the place there's a usable empty chest. When you guys arrived here first originally, there was very small amount of furniture, broken beds and bookshelves and stuff. And yeah, scattered around the place, there's at least one chest. It's not super big. It's you can lock it with a simple lock.
Alright, so let's dump all these stuff into the chest that we can, at the very least.
I'll say you can get about half of your coinage into the chest. And while you're contemplating what to do with the rest, Axton, what is it you would like to do as far as a door?
I have no idea.
There is, lumber in a couple of the storage rooms. Doesn't look like there's any 20-foot long pieces, but there are enough planks where you could make maybe a 10-foot barrier, and with your woodworking and your blacksmithing, I would say that you're more than capable of creating simple hinges and installing them into the wall. So I'm just going to need one roll of each from you. One roll for woodworking and one roll for blacksmithing, if you please.
The thing is, I'm definitely proficient in smithing, but woodworking, I'm not quite there yet.
You got tools, don't you?
I do have the tools. Yes.
Okay, so then just give me a flat dexterity check. No proficiency. Yep.
This is technically an ability check, correct?
Yeah.
Guidance?
Mhm.
That'd be... I'm meant to be a disadvantage, but I guess 8 plus 2, 10.
Okay. So it's a real shabby looking door. But it is solid. You did get at least a 10. It's just, it doesn't look like it's going to last very long. Definitely wouldn't hold up to very much abuse. If somebody really wanted to get through here, you get the feeling they probably could. But let's have your blacksmithing check.
We'll.
What'd you say, Gore?
Said it's it's temporary. We can workshop it when we get back.
And smithing.
Yeah, let's see if you can bolt it to the wall.
And again, guidance.
19, good enough. You're able to... Oh, yeah, 23, no problem. You're able to pound some of these long kind of railroad spike nails into the wall, the stone wall, and attach these hinges to this door. So, and you're actually able to fashion like a makeshift latch that will accept some kind of a lock to keep it shut. It's actually really good quality. You're able to kind of add a couple of filigreed designs to the latch and give it a little bit of style. It's not in service of much, as the door looks like the side of a barn. But you've got yourself a lockable door.
That's okay, because I'm going to spend the next 5 hours setting up glyphs of warding.
Okay.
All right then.
So, just to keep it all above board here, let me just get the door. So, I'm going to put the chest containing all of our stuff.
The chest can only hold half of your gold, unfortunately. It's not big enough. Yep.
I'm going to put the chest along the back wall.
Here's the chest.
The chest is able, because your bag of holding can hold 64 square feet or cubic feet of stuff. So this can hold, 32 cubic feet of the gold. And if I remember our calculations, you guys stuffed your bag of holding with all of the gold that you could keep and left the copper because it was just going to take up too much room. So now you've got 32 cubic feet of gold left in your bag.
Is there any metal out around or anything like that? Like anything, scraps or anything that I could possibly make a chest out of?
Yeah, you're gonna have to give me another smithing and woodworking check.
No, I won't. I'm gonna use my channel divinity to use my artisan's blessing to automatically make a chest.
Okay, do you know how big it can be? Is there a limit to the object size?
Space of your choice. I'm trying to figure out how to post it. Help me.
Okay.
Chest can't be worth more than 100 gold piece.
Okay. I'll say for 100 gold, you would be able to create a chest sufficient enough to hold the rest of your coins. 100 gold is a lot of money. I'm gonna say that you're gonna sacrifice quality for size. So your chest is a little on the wafy side, but it's definitely big enough to hold it. It's just you won't be able to lock it with anything. So, but it will hold all your stuff, and you can put it right next to the other one. So yeah, if you would continue with what you're doing with your glyphs.
Okay, so the chests are going to be along the back wall.
Okay.
And I'm going to lock both of them with arcane lock.
All right.
And then right in front of both, I'm going to set 2 glyphs of warding.
Okay.
So they're going to activate upon someone trying to open or move the chest that is not, and I'm going to specify this as exact as I can. So what would trigger the spell to go off is if any of the crown collectors, or anyone that's not a crown collector, tries to move, touch, open, or interact with the chest in any way, shape, or form. So the first one that's going to go off is summon Shadow Spawn, with the second being, hold please. So one's going to summon a Shadow Spawn, and the other one is going to summon Intellect Fortress.
Okay.
Oh, no, hold on, not Intellect Fortress. Hypnotic Pattern.
Okay. What's the duration on Faithful Hound, by the way? I'm just curious.
8 hours.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yes, I can't make a death trap, though.
Hey, you come close.
Not from lack of trying.
Yeah. This is definitely a very hostile room to outsiders now.
Okay, so actually I can make it even better. So, I'm going to cast 2 more glyphs of warding with the same parameters. So using the map, so the chests are along the back occupied space.
Yeah, next to that astrolabe?
Yeah, or by like what I imagine is like a window or whatever.
Yeah, it's a big stained glass window.
Yeah. So 3 rows, or from that back row, 2 rows up, I'm going to put another 2 glyphs. So the first is going to be a wall of fire with the Bernie side facing in where somebody would be, because that will only trigger once someone steps past it that is not a crown collector and tries to mess with the chest in any way. If they just walk past it, it won't trigger it. It will only trigger if they try to mess with the chest. And then the last one is going to be with Mordenkainen's Faithful Hound, which if you're looking at the circle, like the orange circle, you see what I'm talking about on the map.
The orange circle? Oh, where are you? Are you on Roll20 or are you looking at the keep?
I'm looking at the keep.
Okay. You're talking about on the stained glass window reflection?
Yeah, so on the ground where that would be.
Gotcha.
So the wall of force is going to start between the chair and that. And
you mean?
Yeah, wall of flame, sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
And then at the top of the orange, Mordenkainen's Faithful Hound will come up once the other conditions have been met. So once the wall of flame goes into effect and somebody has tried to affect the lock or the chest in any way, boom, death trap.
Got it. All right.
All I can say is I'm glad you're on our side.
I'm guessing these glyphs are invisible, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
They're
All
invisible, and in order for someone to detect them,
Well, being that you're all crown collectors, all of your party fund gold is now in these chests. Is that where it's staying, or are you guys going to grab some rainy weather money?
I
Well,
have some money on me, so
yeah,
we still have a person.
as do I. And I don't feel like we'd be doing a lot of spending here.
All right.
So yeah, I think everybody's personal funds.
Yeah, I think we're all good on that.
Okie doke. The room is protected to the nines. You're very confident that no one, if they knew what was protecting this room, would dare enter it. It has been converted from a war room to a makeshift vault. What would the rest of you like to do with your day here in Stone Helm Keep?
Well, let's try to figure out, what we have here that we can take with us. I mean, we can take the Orb of Farsight. We'll be on the same plane of existence as Maeven.
I don't hate that idea.
Hey, Bogey, are you online?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Am I going to go out on a limb and guess that you were snoring?
Was I? Sorry.
It's all right, Bogey. Don't let him make fun of you. It happens. Some of us are sleepy.
And I know which one of us are really sleepy. I'm sorry. That made my day. For real. Okay. You can go back to sleep. It's cool. What would you guys... Now, as far as provisions, you guys have a very limited amount of foodstuffs. None of it's perishable. You got a lot of jerky. But I don't remember you guys ever shopping for, large batches of health potions or stocks or laboratory equipment or anything like that. So what kind of provisions are you looking to get out of your keep right now?
Well, again, just checking over magic items, and I guess just kind of looking the place over, make sure we didn't get robbed blind during our couple of weeks away.
Okay, yeah, give me a perception check or an investigation check, whichever you prefer, and we'll deal with that.
Can we do it in pairs, so we can get some guidance?
Of course, you can also do it at advantage too.
yeah, I'll help out.
Perception.
Plus a
All right.
guidance. So 18.
18. It's a pretty good roll. Yeah, walking the halls of your estate. You're the only one pressing footprints into the thin layer of dust that's on the ground. The last time you were here, you didn't spend a whole lot of time. You did spend a few nights at the end of your month off after Shekas was killed. Everything seems to be pretty much in exactly the same place, although you did hire a bunch of people to come in here and clean the place. So, they did that sort of at the beginning of that month. So it's been about 6 weeks since you guys were here. And you don't notice any real, it's a negligible amount of activity. Maybe a couple rats or birds that flew in from outside and disturbed the dust on a desk or something, but you don't notice anything missing. But then again, you guys really didn't leave a whole lot of stuff here. So you're pretty confident the place is in the same shape it was.
Okay, cool. All right, we got that. We got the Orb of Farsight. Got anything else in here you may need? Any other magic-y type stuffs? Everybody there?
Yeah,
I'm here.
Okay. I was asking if you had any other magic-y stuff. I am going to get just a little personal memento of Maeven.
Okay.
One
out of
just
her room?
yes.
All right, I'll say that she has probably a couple. She doesn't have a lot of possessions. She tends to live pretty light, but there is a what looks like a brass medallion of Palor on her sort of desk, next to like a couple of scrolls of places that she's there's like maps to a few places that she's been to or would like to go to. But as far as a memento, yeah, there's a little. It's no bigger than like a $50. It's just a medallion. It's not anything you could spend.
Not looking to spend it. So I just kind of take it, hold it, and just kind of put it in my pocket.
Well, you feel your heart warm a little bit. You feel a little luck in your pocket, and you can go ahead and give yourself a D6 of inspiration.
Ooh.
All right.
Yeah. What's next, folks?
Oh, I'm also going to get a change of robes for her.
Okay, yeah, she's currently wearing like a leather vest with like a red maroon shirt under it, short sleeve. And I think she grabbed a cloak to travel in.
Yeah, so I'm making sure I got both a set of light robes as well as a set of winter clothing for her, and I'll just put it in the haversack.
Okay. The haversack, let's see here. The haversack is tricky because it has a limit on the size of its opening.
Right, the large pouch can hold up to 80 pounds or 8 cubic feet.
Perfect. Let's see here.
So, 3 by 3 by 2.
Yeah, you can stuff cloaks in it.
Yeah, and stuff clothing in there, fine.
No problem at all. Okay, yeah, you got a couple sets of clothing in your haversack.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
That's that. Let's see. Any extra? We don't have very many extra potions or anything like that. Other than we carry those on our person.
Yeah.
He is out.
It happens.
Poor guy. I'm not gonna wake him up this time.
Some of us are sleepy, man.
But I think he keeps phasing in and out of Discord too. I didn't know how that was possible.
I thought I turned
Maybe it's
the microphone
directly
off.
linked to his consciousness.
It is. Every time he passes out, he disconnects from Discord. It's all out of love, Bogey, I swear. We love you.
I sympathize with you, Bogey.
Yeah, well, I only got like 2 hours of sleep, so.
Oh, that is rough.
This is not a seat of judgment. This is a seat of understanding.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
no
have
doubt.
been there. It sucks.
Yeah. Like, 1 o'clock Eastern time for you guys is 1 o'clock Eastern time. For me, it's 10 a.m. and I got off work at like 8, so.
Jeez.
Fuck.
Gee whiz. Well, then you must love it when I push the session to 3, huh?
Oh yeah, no. I
Extra
mean,
hour
it's
of sleep.
it's all worth it. Like, this is what I sacrifice on my work Saturdays, so. But
No,
Well,
It still hurt.
well worth it.
We're happy to have you.
Yeah.
All right, let's move this along. If there's anything anybody else would like to do at Stonehelm Keep, speak your piece.
I think I'm good.
If not, we can go ahead and, for the sake of brevity eyes, have you guys spend your 2 hours getting back down the mountain and
Coming around the mountain.
Yep, and getting back to that the tree that you were able to find outside of Heistel, and whiz yourself back to Gorvax's property, and you can find your site. And just for your reference, this is only about 6 hours later. Gorvax is still not around.
Okay.
He's still not there.
Any evidence that he was there?
Yeah, it looks like he might have come and went. That note is missing. A couple of his skeletons are also missing that were not missing before.
Okay.
And Yeah.
But no counter note.
No, you don't find a counter note.
Okay. I mean, it is his place. I mean, he's not really obligated to tell us when he's leaving.
So, all right. Well, you find yourself standing at the edge of the portal. The electricity that crackles around its perimeter is only about a foot or two tall. You're pretty confident that you can all jump over it. Even those of you who are not athletically inclined, you get the feeling you can at least fall with style over the top of this this perimeter, this electricity. You do know that it affects material matter. By pushing Barynor's shield through it, it looked like it kind of damaged the leather that stretched across his shield. So you get the feeling that if you went through it, and I think you also pushed a couple of enemies through this stuff too. You get the feeling it would probably damage you if you got caught in it, so probably not a good idea to touch it. But you can see, I'm going to need a perception check from anybody that wants to gauge the height from where you're at to where the ground is below.
Below.
Perception check, please.
Guidance. 32.
32. All right. It is at least 60 to 65 feet down.
Yikes.
It is a drop.
Does anyone have Featherfall?
I don't think so. Maven would.
I do.
I think Maven has it naturally though.
He has slow fall. I think he has feather fall.
Okay.
How many people can you grab with that?
I think if he upcasts it, it goes for more people, right?
Still check.
Up to 5.
Huh?
Up to 5.
Up to 5. That would be all of you.
I think that, yeah, everybody.
Well, that would be all of you except for Luna.
I got that. I reach down to pet her, and as I do, I say, "Tool."
She shunts into the ring. What does her ideal dwelling look like, by the way?
It's a forest. It's similar to the Jasperwood in spring.
And her actual home, is it under a tree root? Is it a cave?
Yeah, I'd say a cave would be a good one.
Nice little wolf den.
Yeah.
She is now in a extra-dimensional demi-plane where there are small woodland creatures for her to hunt, or larger ones if she's feeling so bold. And you all stand at the edge of the portal. What do you do?
Do you have to cast it on us first? Or do we just jump and then you cast it?
Yeah, sure. Just jump and I totally got it.
Well, now I'm definitely not jumping.
Well, guys, we are venturing into the unknown once again.
For Maven.
Or Maven.
So, worth
Just
it.
remember, pain is temporary. Chicks dig
dig-
scars.
Yep.
Victory is forever.
Yes.
As we all
You
jump
jump.
in, I'm going to cast...
Cowabunga!
All right. For a moment, first of all, I just need, because I'm evil, I just need an acrobatics check from everybody, or an athletics check if you're trying to jump far. Because you've got something of a obstacle in your way, and I just want to see what happens.
What check?
Acrobatics or athletics if you're trying to jump really far.
Okay.
16 with acrobatics.
Guidance.
I think you both said that at the same time.
I know.
Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good.
30 for me.
Let's see.
Athletics.
Koza, what'd you get? Hello, Koza. Are you there?
Sorry, I was trying to find my little unmute thing. I missed
next
what
to the
we're
mutant
rolling.
We're rolling acrobatics or athletics.
Okay.
See if you can get over the electricity barrier of the portal.
Then I will.
So
roll
far, everyone's doing really
athletics.
good.
Come on.
Ah,
that was almost a 14 too.
okay. All right. Yes, I love this.
Yeah, I have a little switch on my headphones that lets me mute and unmute, and I was trying to find it.
That's okay. All right. So here's what happens.
Oh no.
All right. Yeah. I have
Shit,
to
do I
use
break both of my arms?
No. Let's saddle you with that.
That would make me pretty fucking useless.
Pravish, which one of these athletics was yours last? Were you using the 16 or the 23?
No, my acrobatics roll was a 16.
Okay, 16.
Barry got the 27. Axton got the 25. Yuno got a 21.
Yeah, okay, so you kind of do this cool double gainer backflip directly over the arcing electricity, and it's almost like a kung fu backflip where your head almost doesn't move. It just changes direction, and a tiny little bolt of this electrical energy looks like it's going to arc and snake its way to your nose, and you just dip into the portal before it can. Axton, you do a kind of a running long jump and fly over Yuno and sail directly into the center of this portal, and you pass through the barrier. Barynor, yeah, same thing with you. You kind of do like a running cartwheel, and you flip and twist your body around. Maeven would be so proud. And you make your way into the barrier. Pravish, you're just kind of keeping it simple, nothing flashy. You're just trying to make it over this electricity without any problems. So you just do kind of like a 3-step bound over it and dive into it in kind of a sideways dive, like you're diving in a pool. And then as you're all kind of turning around, expecting Yuno to cast his spell, here comes Koza.
Oh, shit.
And Koza is like, he's really looking to nail this jump, and he's not trying to do anything fancy. And right at the last second, Koza, your foot catches a root.
Fuck!
And you fall face first into the electricity. You take 3 points of lightning damage.
Fuck, man.
And you very clumsily and clunkily roll and spill into the portal.
Fuck! Oh!
As you turn around, expecting the ground to greet you, you all notice that you are floating rather gingerly. However,
nature didn't want him to go.
Yeah, no, he didn't. Nature was like, nah, you're staying here, or I'll keep your foot.
Yeah.
You're the living embodiment of that old hee-haw song, Gloom, Despair. Give me all me.
You pass through the aperture of the portal. You do not notice that its edges shrink at all, but Yuno very quickly thrusts his hand in your direction, and all of you stop your descent, and you're slowly falling down. The one thing you notice, other than the attack on the senses, is how hot it is. It is ridiculously hot and humid. There's steam everywhere, and even the air that you breathe in is filled with heat. Worse than the hottest summer you've ever experienced. I need everybody to make a con save, please.
Well, this is pleasant.
Yeah.
Is it similar to the heat that we felt down in the Boulets?
Oh yeah.
Blair?
This feels very, very
Oh,
similar.
come on!
Con save?
All right. Con save, please. Axton,
Oh, nice.
you take 3. Koza, you take 6. Barynor, you take 3. Ramesh, you take 6.
Does
I know. Just hold on.
Okay. Actually...
And then I need one from Yuno. Need a con save from Yuno, bud.
15. Sorry, I was trying to
15?
unmute.
That's okay. No, that's cool. Alright, so you take 6. Kravish, you take 6. Koza, you take 6. Everybody else takes 3. And those of you who have resistance, you take half of what I just gave you. So if you're resistant and you passed, you take 1. Eventually, you all float down. Down, 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 and your feet touch this very hot, rocky surface. All around you, as your vision finally clears, because the heat here is it's making it so you have to squint. You can feel a hot wind wash over you. It is a stark contrast to the blisteringly blizzard winter you were just in. To the point where you feel like this is going to be really wreaking havoc on your immune system, this up and down temperature. But the magma that flows over rocks nearby and down the walls of this, it kind of looks like a cavern. You can definitely see a ceiling where the portal above you is attached to. It almost seems like this world was secretly underneath the material plane the entire time. But this cavern is slowly descending downward. And all of you kind of look in the direction, really the only direction you can go. And you see something on the ground about 30 feet in front of you. It looks like a large, unmoving, coiled red serpent.
Okay.
Like I said, it's a bit further ahead. And all you can hear is like the roiling bubble of magmic, seismic events around you. You can hear the rushing of tectonic plates as rock grinds into rock nearby. You can see large bubbles bursting in the lava ahead of you. As you look, there are several large red crystals jutting out of the rock face, and it looks like there are 2 huge magmic pools, one on either side of a long, rocky bridge, like a natural bridge of some kind. And it is the only path forward past this large, really big, its body is probably 5 feet in diameter, coiled, unmoving, serpent-like red creature.
Okay. Can't go over it. Can't go over it.
The bridge is pretty wide. It narrows and widens and narrows and widens, but right now where this thing is, it's probably about maybe 30 feet wide.
Can we maybe pass without trace past it?
Yeah, I can do that.
You can certainly try.
It would be my last second level spell, though.
Okay.
Just so we're all aware. Okay. Pass without trace.
All right. Everybody
Doesn't
give me a stealth check.
Doesn't Koza have pass without a trace?
Yes.
I'm sure he does.
Yes, I do.
Don't you have like a free use of it or something?
Not that I know of.
Okay, never mind.
I don't think I do. I can
You're-
turn
you're-
invisible.
Your
for a
second level,
minute.
your second level spells are way more useful than my second level spells. So
All right. Well, let's have a stealth check from everybody. You can go ahead and add 10.
Nat 20.
Nice.
Nice.
So
Reach
35.
disappears.
35.
Ooh, 24.
Nice.
Well,
Well,
30.
23. 30. All right. And Luna? That
is
was-
in the ring. Is in the ring. Is in the ring.
Oh, she's in the ring. She's very stealthy. All right. As you're passing by, you don't disturb it, and it's because, and I need a medicine check from the clerics and anybody else who's proficient in medicine.
That jack of all trades, will that count for something?
I'm proficient in medicine.
Yeah, give me a medicine check. And I don't know if Axton is, but he's a cleric, so.
Another nat 20.
Damn.
Wow, yeah. Okay, Kravish is on mission right now. He is on a mission. And you notice the obvious. This thing is dead.
Okay.
And the other thing you notice, because you're super observant, and you know what these marks are, this thing was not stabbed. This thing was not shot. It was not blown apart by magic. It was not sliced
punched
open.
to death.
It was beaten to death.
Ooh. Somebody's had a big old whipping stick.
To the point where you would notice that there are many of these wounds that are leaking this reddish yellow glowing liquid all over the floor.
We know who did it.
And as you stand there,
Is there a sign that says Maeven was here?
yeah, pretty
Yes.
much. It's definitely her calling card. The heat of this room really starts to get to you, and you kind of look around, casing the stalactites and all of the topography of this room, and just really familiarizing yourself with this place and searching for whoever it was that slew this beast. We're gonna end the session.
All right.
All right. Yeah.
Alrighty.
It's hot in here.
It's like a sauna.
Yeah. It's like a steam room.
The universal
Everywhere.
sauna.
That joke isn't as funny as if you haven't watched that Seinfeld episode. Where they're literally...
Where they try to cook. They try to cook.
No, they're in a sauna, and Kramer's just like, it's like a sauna in here, and everybody's kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. There's a reason for that. All right,
But it's Kramer, so...
that was really cool. I'm glad that you guys got to meet Korvax. He's one of my favorite NPCs.
Yes.
I like him a lot. He's deceptively friendly.
Sorry for the PTSD there, Kravish.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second is the next week we would meet. I know Ken said he will not be here for that. Does anybody else have an issue with the second?
I will not be there for that.
I don't think so. I should be free though.
Okay. So we'll see, we'll play it by ear. I may skip that one. But let's go into December proper.
Steph is like under the impression you're talking about a Christmas one-shot from that, if we don't.
Yeah. So I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about either a Christmas one-shot on the 2nd for those that can make it, or the 16th. I feel like that's kind of in between really busy weeks. So why don't you guys give it a couple days to think about it, and let me know which day you would rather. Because if we do it on the 2nd, we're gonna skip the 16th and the 30th, and we'll meet back.
I'm cool with the 16th. That's just my personal vote.
Yeah, I kind of am too.
Yeah, me too.
It's not mandatory. You guys are not going to miss anything super crazy. If you guys want to be a part of it, I'll have to know by like the 9th at the latest, because I'll want to tailor the session to how many people are here. So we'll just tentatively plan for us meeting for the Wilds of Valandiir on the 2nd for those that can be there, and then we'll do a special Christmas one shot on the 16th.
With the different
If I
characters.
could play my divination wizard, Rudolph the Red.
Oh yeah, this will be our second one.
I don't know if
Damn.
I'm going to use the Storm Chasers or if I'm going to go with something else. I've got an idea, but don't worry, the Storm Chasers will have their time in the sun again, I promise. I love those guys. But
Will it be in the sun this time?
perhaps. Maybe they'll be on the beach trying to catch some rays, and they'll get attacked by a water genie.
Oh Jesus!
A water
But,
gin.
a water gin.
Yeah.
But hey, today was really fun. I really liked the way you guys handled that today. It was nice role play. Bogey, I appreciate you waking up early and meeting me.
So-
online
sorry
early
about
for
that.
one
Go catch some
No,
Z's,
no.
man.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
get some sleep. I had a lot of fun with you during our little one shot. That was cool.
Yeah,
And,
I gotta be up for work in 3 hours.
oh, jeez. Yeah, go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's literally like this happens every Saturday, and I'm fine with it because it's I get to play D&D, so
This is the life
it's worth
we've
it.
chosen.
Worth it.
All right, y'all. Well, I will see those of you who are going to be here on the 2nd, and everybody else, I'll see you on the 16th. Or if I don't see you until after the holidays, everybody have a really happy holiday
Yeah.
and a new year. I'm going to get super emotional the next time we meet, but this has been like the highlight of my last 3 years on this planet. This campaign, you guys have been so cool about showing up on time and participating and making it really, really fun for not just me but everybody else. So I'm looking forward to what the rest of this campaign has to offer you. And I've been doing a lot of writing, so it's just going to keep getting cooler and cooler as you progress and level up. I will say that all of you may go ahead and level your character up to 11.
Yay!
Hey, spell tap.
Yep, I want to get you guys all up to 11. It's time to
I'm gonna get up to
increase the
11.
power. Yep. So add your hit points, add your abilities, anything else you need, and be ready for the next time we all meet. All right?
Cool.
All right.
All right, Crown Collectors, have a good one.
See you later.
All righty. You too. Stay safe.
Bye.
Bye-bye.